Okay. Do I? Accessing on to set down to do you want to start a new game? Yes. Oh, I love this remix. What? What the heck? Oh, this is awesome. Oh, this is a good remix. Okay. Let me see. This has been put up like this. There we go. Do you want to start a new game? Yes, please. It's the year 220X. Extraterrestrial life has been discovered. The new space exploration agency, NASA, in an effort to enter into a friendly relationship with brother band of the aliens, launched a peace station named Peace. Space station named Peace. Man's dream to find other intelligent life among the stars had finally been realized. However, the space station, the hope of man, met with a mysterious accident and it disappeared to whereabouts unknown. Of course, many people worked hard to find it, but the space station could never be found. And then, a few months after the incident, a section of Peace was found in the sea. All hope was lost after that. NASA took it hard and stopped the search, and put this project on hold permanently. 3 years on to the day have passed since. Wow, I'm bad with pronouncing things right now. I can't believe it's already been 3 years since Kevin's space station has vanished. I suppose it has. Oh, I wanted to ask you about how he's doing. He's in 5th grade right now, right? He would be, but he still can't bear to go. Ever since that instant, he... Oh, by the way, black screen. I love that the screen is still black, because that's how it looked like on DS. Don't worry about it being black, it will be live in a bit. He's been very close towards everyone. I don't blame him. The boy lost his father, who he loved dearly. That's gotta be tough. But if he's not going... what about his studies? We're imagining him with the card force system. It's not Megaman Starforce, it's Megaman Card Force. Sure. He's studying from one of the textbook. Type cards Navy Teacher Man. I wonder what his special weapon would be. Teacher Man? Killing you with boring lectures or something? I don't know. He fiddles with gadgets or reach about the stars. He wants to move to outer space to find his dad. Oh, I see. If only we had more power, we could have found Aaron. It's okay. It's not your fault. Although, would you say Aaron? Probably Aaron. I'm Dutch, so double A. Aaron. It's probably not something that most people, how most English people would announce it, but eh. I still can't get over how jerky the scrolling is. It's very noticeable in this scene, but I haven't really seen it much through gameplay. Come here and say hello, young man. Fine. Am I gonna do voices? Oh, I'm going to be so annoyed to do voices because there's so many people in this game. This man's Boreal. Aurora Borealis? Here? In his living room? Entirely contains? Wow, I messed up the meme, but yeah. Auroran Borealis. I mean, come on. Howdy! Hey, I really owe him. I really owe him one from when I worked at NASA. That was one brave man, your father. Also, if it looks like the text is really weird, only being 2 lines, maybe sometimes crossing over to the third line over. That's because this game was originally on the DS and it had a terrible font. That was just, man, it was blocky beyond all belief. It was just filling out 2 lines exactly. They had just they had billboard letters on this. Oh, 1 moment. I need to grab a drink. Stay hydrated. I'm already noticing that I'm getting a dry mouth out from this.
Who are you talking to? Hello.
Oh yeah, I quit NASA a while back, and now I work at my own lab just outside of Stans, researching the Earth, space, and the stars. Oh, hi Navia. I am playing Megaman Starforce, and I'm live on Twitch, so anything anyone is saying, they will be hearing you. If you want your... Oh, by the way, this is just the opening scene. Nothing special has happened yet. If you want to drop... if you want, you're welcome to drop by. Don't be rude. Introduce yourself. Oh. Oh, and he left. So here's another thing about the Legacy Collection. You'll see that this is blacking out. My name is Geostellar. Yeah, the reason the game blacks out here during the collection, you could choose your own name here. So I could just call myself Ruplays, and the game would just accept that. However, in the collection, they just force you to use Geostellar, and they just left the blacking out of the screen in the game. There is something else going to come up here. You'll see. Nice to meet you, Geostellar. Oh, before I forget, I brought you a present. This is a very special pair of glasses. It's called a visualizer. I heard your father used to it in his work, but I don't know much else beyond that. I found it when I quit NASA, and I just thought I'd give it to you. You got the visualizer. This was that. Thanks. Are you heading to your usual spot? Yeah, it's going to be clear out tonight, so I'll be able to see the stars really well. Geo, your transfer isn't on. Oh. Geo turned on his transfer. Can you see his transfer? Why must I always remind you to keep your transfer on? Because it's that tiny thing in the upper left corner, but I moved it to the middle. Because otherwise you just don't really see what's on there. Let me see, if I click left stick, I think it was, I can switch between pages. It's not functional right now. Now check your battle cards, your brothers. Who cares, I didn't have any brothers. No one's going to see my personal space anyways. Page anyways. What are you talking about? If your translator isn't done, no one's going to see your ID info either. Okay, I get it. I'm going back. I'm going now, man. Be back in a bit. He's always like that. I wish you could develop a few broadband relationships with friends. By the way, where's Geo's heading off to? Vista Point, just beyond the school. He goes there every day around dusk and just stares up at the sky. You think he'll see his dad? Ever since that day has come to a stop for us. Well, I didn't even read the sentence. I just went to the next one. For us anyway. I know we should move on, but it's hard to do so. Yeah. I'm not really going to narrate the tutorializing because... Oh boy. Oh, I can't put it on yet. Can I now flip through the pages? I cannot. It's just blinking the screen if I'm trying to flip. Probably because they don't want to overload you with things that could happen. I say fine, that's fine. Okay, let's move on. There we go. I love that they gave you a walking boost because this game doesn't have a run button. This game doesn't have a run button, but in the collection they built in RT as a way to just speed up your walking speed. They didn't tamper with the encounter rate from what I can tell, but you can manually change the encounter rate if you find it to be annoying. Oh boy. You there, wait. The posse. You're the one, aren't you? The boy who never comes to school? I'm Luna Platts of Echo Elementary. Class 5A, which makes me your class president. The big guy behind me is Bud Bison, and the short one is Zach Temple. Hey jerk, don't just stand there, say something. The press is waiting for a response. What do you want? Nothing, but it's my job as a class president to see all of my classmates attend school. What? I hate when things are not perfect, so having one person missing is unforgivable. Sorry, but I don't have nothing to do with you. Hey, you can't just say that to the press. How dare you? The press is telling you to go to school. Don't look down on us because you're taller. Oh boy. But, Zach, that's enough. In any case, Gio, I expect to see you at school tomorrow. Hey, Matsu. Aw, thank you for the follow. Something tells me he won't be showing up. If only we had some way to open it up. Today's broadband lesson was... Yes, that may come in handy. Come on, you two, let's get going. Oh, by the way, I'm also playing from the start. I did reach the first boss, and I have played through the whole series before. So, I have experience. School, huh? We are going to skip through the social media parts. Can I actually just... No, don't explain to me what friending is, with some creepy connotations later on. Let me see what I see, I never played either series other than a little bit of the first Battle Network game. The first Battle Network game is actually weird. It's obvious that the first game was they were still kind of finding their own way for those games, because a lot of things, quality of life things, were missing, like running away from battle, and just distinct areas to run around in. The balance was way out of whack. The game was so easy. They made the later games way harder. Then we've got Starforce, which has a very different battle system because it's in 3D. Let me see, what would my message be to other people? And next is the secret. Which is your secret message? Oh, hi, Nin.
Hello.
You are
late. I just
what?
got.
No, not late.
not
late. Not late. No. You are catching. You are in the middle of the early scenes to this game. So, context, Gio is a very, very isolated kid whose father has died in space.
Where else would he die?
Well, his father was on a... Oh. Anyways. Yeah. So, Gio is very introverted because his father died.
Mm-hmm.
While on space mission, the space station he was on disappeared. And now he got a pair of... Disappeared, yes.
No wreckage, no nothing, okay.
No nothing. And a former colleague of his father just dropped off a pair of glasses. You can see it next to the name Rueg. That's on his head. They seemingly do nothing. And his mother is just trying to make ends meet, but they're still both grieving. It's like 3 years past he went missing in space.
Fairly classic story setup.
Yeah. So right now, this is the class president. She's trying to get him to school. She also has a posse of two guys just tailing her. Right now,
quote-unquote bodyguards.
Yes. Yes,
okay.
Exactly. One of it is the bodyguards, and the other one is the short one who doesn't want to be called short.
Yeah, I can really picture them. I have not seen them. I will know the moment I see that that's them.
Also, he skipped school because he's so depressed.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this is a tutorial for the
Gotcha.
whatchamacallit, for the social aspect of the games. You can actually become friends with other people and become stronger. The social aspect was in the past that you could use your DS to link up with people, or just have it closed and a semi-street pass function.
Okay.
In the collection, it's if you fight someone else. I don't think you can manually add them, but... No, I cannot add one. And in the past, you could just go to the brother and just hit A and just enter the code.
Mm-hmm.
And I just had to make this a secret message.
Gotcha.
So you've got a public message, and the secret message is what others could read if they don't know you. Let me save, just in case. This game does have an autosave, but it's always handy to have one around, a manual one around. Okay, plot is gonna thicken, because I've played this game before.
Yeah, I have not. I know nothing about what's happening here.
You'll be in for a wild ride. The sounds were
I
just...
feel like I could only predict certain story
Well, predict them.
points. How do I put that in words? Like, I have images of ironically various Gundam storylines that are popping up in my head.
Gundam, okay. It doesn't go that
Spec-
hard. The plot's
Specifically
on the
more
furry
the
fan surface. There is furry stuff in here. You could see as furry, but not as much as you'd think.
specifically, I'm getting, I don't know why, but I'm getting some War in the Pocket vibes.
No,
Almost
not
a
at all.
Gundam War in the Pocket.
Actually,
I don't know why.
What is War in the Pocket about?
It's like a short 6-episode, almost OVA. Little kid also lost his father, doesn't really like to go to school, is very introverted, and befriends a Sion soldier that got stranded in his Federation colony.
Huh.
That Sion soldier also falls in love with a Federation soldier, who is she's a test pilot for the prototype New Gundam. Before that, was fully developed, and
You
got
might be
revealed
a
that he's
tiny bit close with it, but not necessarily. Okay,
it's not it's specifically with the kid. That's like my impression of the kid. Very yada. They're all friends with each other, but it turns out, hey.
Oh no! This Geo is super introverted. He has no friends, literally.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, that doesn't really apply. Yeah.
Okay. The stars were just beginning to... Huh?
No, keep going.
Twinkle, as Geo turned his eyes to the heavens. That Cassiopeia is so bright tonight. Oh, and today this man named Mr. Boreal came to our house, and he gave me your visualizer. It's got some sort of special lens, and feels like it has a special power. What can I see with it? If I use it, will I see you? Who am I kidding? Dad, where are you? I miss you so much. Dad. What's... This is Dad's access signal. It's getting closer and closer. And that's the end of Geostellar.
Yep, I was going to make that joke. Well, he's dead. Close the curtains. We're done here. We can move on to the next game. Amazing experience. Thank you for
That's
watching.
That's the white light at the end of the tunnel. So this is Earth.
There's the furry aspect. I know that he's there.
What? You can see me. That's funny. Humans are supposed to be able to see energy beings like me. Are you a monster? What? Why are there roads in the sky? That's not the Milky Way. That's for sure. Am I dreaming?
Milky Way!
It disappeared. What do you mean, Milky Way? That's funny.
That's not the Milky Way, that's for sure. Yeah, no shit, it's not the Milky Way.
Look,
it's rainbow colored.
Kid's obsessed with space, okay, because of his father. He wants to become an astronaut to actually find him again.
Okay.
That he does have an epic roast concerning that. Don't you worry. Don't you worry.
Still, the fact that like he sees rainbow-colored roads in the sky, and his first thought is Milky Way. I don't know what's cracking me up.
Look, he was looking straight up at the stars.
Okay,
it
yeah.
disappeared. Hands back! Now I get it. You can see my body with those glasses, but it didn't. I didn't see a thing earlier. Huh. I must have activate some hidden powers of those glasses when I zapped them. What? Hey, didn't anyone tell you not to gawk? But I guess I can't blame you, kid. But who are you? The name's Omega-xis, but you humans get it all wrong, so just call me Mega. So he's called Warrock in Japanese, because Rockman.
His name is Omega.
What?
Omega-xis. Those are just two Greek letters slapped together.
I didn't know that xis was.
This is a Greek letter, yes. It's three vertical lines. The middle one being a bit shorter than the top and bottom one.
Well, I learned something. Okay.
Horizontal.
The naming schemes aren't like this usually.
Okay. But very much feels like, what do we name him in an interesting way that we could shorten it to Mega?
I'm from planet FM, so I'm what you humans call an alien, I guess. Sorry?
FM, because it's energy being, yeah.
It gets worse. But to me, you guys are the real aliens. Normally, you humans can't see my EM body, which is made of electromagnetic waves. But somehow, I guess, with those glasses you can see the wave world. That road you see in the sky is part of the wave world. A wave road. You got all that, Geostellar? But why does an alien know my name? Also, yes, his name is Geostellar.
Absolutely stellar. Absolutely stellar.
Earth Stars! John Earth Stars! By the way, is my desktop audio even working? Yeah, it is. Okay.
Well, I muted the stream immediately after opening it. Also, hello whoever just joined.
It's me!
Hey, Code, I thought you wouldn't join us. Have you played Starforce before?
No.
Oh.
Hey, me neither!
Now I need to explain it to everyone who is going to join in on the Discord call. Cliff Notes. Kid is alone. Father lost to space. Kid gets special glasses. Gets hit by an alien. Now sees electromagnetic waves. Go. What? Why does an alien know my name? I heard it from a human I met in space. That human? Could it be? Was it my dad? Where is he right now? Whoa!
There's no body. Like the dad is a kid.
There is no body.
Corpse.
They're here already. They're here? Who's here? The creeps who are after me, kid. That's so, kid. Get accustomed to this music.
Why is that a steam engine?
Oh, oops! Accidentally hit left trigger. Why not? What the? That train's not supposed to be able to move. EM viruses from Planet FM. They're going to destroy the town with that. Casually.
It seems in the future the train industry got taken over by autistic train lovers. Otherwise, I have an explanation as to why there's a steam engine.
Then you like trains, okay?
Nin's
Yes, which is-
fixation just suddenly materializing itself in a
That's
video.
why I know. That's why I know that's the case. Because no one else but people that just love trains in artistic fashion would design a train like this.
We haven't even gone on to the main gameplay. You're already ripping it apart. Jesus.
It's not even a bullet train, it's specifically a steam train.
What?
I mean-
If they
I mean,
did that, it would be a disaster. Plus, Mom's still at home. Priority straight, kid. There's only one way to stop that train. Go into it and delete those EM viruses. Delete those viruses? But how? Like this! Ah! Now listen up, kid. You want to stop that train? You do what I say, got it? You humans have those card force things, right? Yeah? Take out one of your blank cards. Okay. Okay, here we go.
Pathetic card, Gio.
God damn you! Why does it work so well? Whoa! The cart's glowing! What's he doing? I'm powering up the cart with my energy. Look, we don't have much time. Next, we've got to find a wave hole. A wave hole? Nope. Hello, blue toad person. It's where a chunk of space has been warped into a whirlpool space. I bet you can see them with those glasses. Space has been warped into a whirlpool? He's just dumping all the information.
What else is he supposed to do? Also, yeah, hello, blue toad person.
Thank you for the pets. Hey, I see one. You don't need to wear your facializer for the next part, but swipe the card I made when you're at the wave hole. You do know how to swipe a card, right? Of course, I just tutorialize. Yeah, and then you've got to yell, EM wave change. Just tell her on the air.
It's getting part necessary.
Okay. Oh, and I guess I should tell you, kid, push tutorialize to put on your visor. That way you can see the wave world. Now put on those glasses. Now put those glasses to good use. Let's move. So, should I turn the cringe voices on or not?
Elaborate.
I can add in extra voices that they put in for the remaster.
I want to hear them at least once.
Do you want them to be English or Japanese?
English, I
Oh
guess.
god, where's the English option in this? Also, this is the original song, but I like the arranged tracks.
I want it to be in Welsh.
Welsh, he says. Game
Is that an
visuals.
option?
No. Why did they put that option for the language? Oh god. Screen layout, assist.
Maybe you can only do
Difficulty.
language on the main menu since it changes like the entire game as a whole.
I think you're right. You're gonna have Japanese. Do you mind, Nin?
I don't.
Okay. I can also just... Actually, no. You're gonna get the whole experience.
Like I said English because I very much expect them to be worse than the Japanese ones.
Oh, they are way worse.
Chances are Rueg's voiceover is probably going to be of a higher quality than the English version.
Why, thank you.
I mean, I've played CX Advent. Yeah. Yeah.
We gotta get the booty.
Don't even start, please.
Well, how's that lock coming? There we go.
It's not that bad, actually.
It's new voice actors.
That's true. They're not old. Yeah.
One moment, need to ban someone. There.
I
Bootsy?
just
Where?
I was just there.
Hmm?
Literally, I was like on your stream, click away to a different tab, and a second later you go whole way to ban someone. I was like, what? I was just looking at it. And there
I
was
have
no-
it on a second screen, my dude. I keep an
have-
eye out on the chats. Did
yeah,
I give you
so
mod?
was I.
Oh, sorry, I forgot I gave you mod. Where
Yeah.
are we? What is it with this getup? And my hands! Hey kid, quit screaming like a baby. This is the wave world. You fused with me, so now you're in wave form. Fused? You mean you and me? We became one? And I'm a wave thingy now? You've got to be pulling my leg. Change me back right now! Don't get cold feet now, kid. I need your power to stop the yam viruses. But I don't have any powers. Look, it's complicated, but for some reason, I'm not as powerful on this planet as I usually am on Planet FM, so I need to fuse with someone from here. When we're fused like this and you take on waveform, it's called pulse in and pulse out to go back to the real world. When you want to pulse out, tutorialize. But don't you try pulsing out right now. Wait. You're saying when we pulse in and fuse, you can use your power, so that means we are going to kick some EM virus butt. So take this wave road to the train, enter its comp space, and fight those EM viruses. You ready, kid? I'm not fighting, am I? I can't fight. I don't know how to fight. Oh, stop your whining. It's the only way to stop that locomotive. I'll teach you how to fight. Just get inside the train's comp space first. But that is possible. How are we going to get in the train's comp space or whatever it is? Get as close as you can to the locomotive and press and tutorialize. You'll fly in automatically because we're a bunch of EM waves. If you get stuck, tutorialize and I'll give you a hand. Okay? Now let's cut the chatter and go.
Don't you hate it when you're relying on a 10-year-old boy to do anything?
And you're reduced to a face? Oh, he's not talking to the hand. Talk to the hand. It's a shame in the final game they did away with the whole arm face thing. Should I talk to everything?
You're the controls. You know how this game works. I don't. Cole doesn't know. We are slaves to your decisions.
Beep beep. The train in the real world moved by itself all of a sudden. What is going on down there? Where are you going? The train is over there. I felt a really strong and evil wave earlier. I wonder what that was. Wait. Okay, shut up, Omega-xis.
What's an evil wave? What makes a wave evil?
A virus came flying out of the blue and went into that train. For some reason, ever since 3 years ago, the viruses have been raining down on us. What the heck was that? I'm a delivery navi that holds data. My body is paralyzed and I can't move at all because of that weird wave. I'm going to get fired if the mail's late.
Why is there a Roid monster in this game?
A what?
Roid, a Vehicroid.
Oh, Vehicroid from fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! Jesus.
Yes, that's a Vehicroid. I'm sorry, that's a Vehicroid.
I activate polymerization, which allows me to fuse my truck.
Hey, Kreo. It's getting busy in here.
I like how you go. I activate polymerization to fuse immediately afterwards to squeak sound.
I mean, that's what
what
Kreo
your
does
fuse-
if he just comes in. Hey.
Yeah.
I'm streaming Megaman Starforce right now, so it's kind of busy here. And I'm going to do a lot of talking.
Yeah.
He's been doing a narration.
Yeah. I have a lot of water here. I've got like 2 liters.
One of my friends is playing a Digimon game, and
Time
there's
Stranger.
like some kind of DLC
Huh.
or something that has Omega-xis in it.
Oh, what?
Let me.
Cool.
Let me turn you up.
Yeah.
I still hate that name. I'm not going to lie, I hate this name.
Omega-xis.
Omega-xis.
It exists because it exists is also just a Greek letter. Just like Omega. It's not as well known, but it's there. It is one.
I heard someone pronounce that as Omega-xis, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh.
Well, this is as close as I can get. So now what? Get near them when you see the target. See the target inside. Tutorialize. What? I'm saying we're going to pulse in using tutorialize. Our body is a bunch of waves. If there's a comp space that is receptive to the EM waves, then we can get into it. You see the wavefall above the train? Yeah? If it's flashing, that means the comp space will accept outside the EM waves. Oh. Okay, I cannot do the funny thing. Also, in the original game, it says, touch the train. And it was very weird how the touch went.
Touch the train.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, patch in or pulse in as
Pulse in.
opposed to
Jack
as
in.
opposed to jack in.
Yeah, from Battle Network. Also, Creo, that's from the main menu.
Oh,
That's literally Omega-xis in the main menu. That's the main... You can even see Geo and such. This
so
is
it's the
from
same
collection.
game.
Yes.
But this is just in the main menu.
Yeah.
Man, okay.
Looks like this train accepts EM waves. Time to hop on board. Up! Ah! Also remember this, kid. This is how we Ephemians jump into comp spaces. Okay, almost there.
Why does a steam train have EM?
You have
waves?
not played enough Battle Network.
It would be so funny if you accidentally merged with Omega-xis while pulsing in. That would be so funny, right?
We are fused with them.
It would be really funny if a nuke had internet waves. Oh wait, it does.
First game, literally the first game. What if we if we put computers in tanks which allowed them to be hacked? And then spread a virus that just said murder all people and gave it access to those tanks.
Sounds like flawless logic to me, personally.
Also, first game. Hey, we have self-driving cars. Let's hack the traffic lights. That's totally not gonna happen in real life.
No, why would it?
And then 5 minutes later.
Yeah. Where are we? This is the locomotive's comp space. In other words, we're inside this train's comp. Those EM viruses have got to be around here, so let's find them and give it to them good. EM viruses. Also, finally we're gonna get some gameplay. Holy shit, we've been sidetracked.
Well, that's our job, is to distract you. That's why we're here.
There they are.
Of
Nope.
course. Yeah. I mean, what else could it be?
Metars!
What else could it be?
They're not as annoying as the original games.
They better not.
You want me to beat them? I think they're going to do the beating here. I told you I'm gonna teach you how to fight, and you have to, or you aren't going home. Stop scaring me with that kind of talk. Your old man sure wasn't a voice like you.
Did he ever actually confirm that it was his dad that he met? I don't think so.
He did not. If I fight those viruses, you'll tell me about my dad, right? I'll think about it. This is kind of scary. Save your whining for afterwards. Just do exactly what I tell you and fight. Let's go! Oh. In the wave world, we have wave battles. Now, kid, keep
Stop
your
putting
mouth
wave
shut
in
and...
front of everything. You can't just take a thing, put wave in front of it, expect it to be special.
Oh, you would hate Battle Network. Digimon action. Digimon is way worse in the dub. Now shut up, shut your mouth, kid, and learn. This is the custom screen. Here's 6 of your battle cards as shown. You can choose which of these you want to use. So you can choose all 6, right? This isn't all you pick and buffet. There are rules to follow, you know. First, cards in the same column can be picked in the same turn. Next, cards that are the same can be picked, no matter where they are positioned. Think about what cards you will work and pick wisely. Pick wisely, but I don't know which to use. I may have them, but I've never really used one. Relax, you can all read about the battle card by pressing RB. I mean, tutorialize. And if you run across a really nasty enemy, you can tutorialize to try to run away. But whether you make it or not depends on luck. I knew there was a catch. Okay, let's put up or shut up. Choose your cards as a kid. Good, now press the OK button. Finally, time to crush them with your cards. The cards you chose are in the bottom right. This is the next card's name and attack power. To use battle card, tutorialize, and to fire the Mega Bust continuously, hold down tutorialize. Okay, I get how to fight, but what about my health? It's here in the upper left. These numbers are your hit points, HP, and represent your health. If this drops to 0, we're kaput. Got it, kid. Use left and right. Use tutorialize to move left and right to avoid enemy fire. Now let's get fighting, partner. Wait a sec, what if I use up all my cards before I beat all the enemies? Well, you're a troublesome one. Look here. This is the custom gauge. It fills up automatically over time. If you tutorialize when it's full, you will enter the custom screen again. Okay, you should be all set now. Let's go. Okay. Oh. They swapped the buttons, they swapped the goddamn buttons.
Alright, that was great.
I have no clue what exactly you just did there, but it certainly seems to have worked, so... Yay! Let's go.
I did it! Don't let your guard down yet. Here comes more. So I can only move left and right and use cards, but Mega is going to tell us about other things. This bunch. Nah, I'll tell you about white battle cards first. White cards? Take a gander at the custom screen. White battle cards are little useful guys. No matter where they are, they can be paired up with another card. Even different ones. Really? Sounds like it's easy to combine them. Yeah, for example, take this way a wide area attack, air spread. Choose the attack plus 10 card. Air spread hits 3 times in one attack, so these two cards are a great match. Plus, you can only pick the sword card right below it. Guess I'll have to use combo rolls to try.
I am so fucking lost.
Okay, so this game is separated into rounds, and over time... No. This game is separated into rounds, so this is the battle screen, right?
Yeah?
I can move left and right to shoot and use cards to attack with.
Uh-huh.
So because this game is also put into rounds, per round I can pick my cards for that round and use them. If I have used them up, I can only fire my Buster. My arm cannon.
Okay. I know what a Buster is, I think you know that.
I'm sorry, I didn't know if you knew that specifically. I code the person in the call fully understand how this battle system works, but God, does this tutorial confuse me? Okay. I will go by slowly then. So, the rules for picking these are, it's either in the column,
That part I got.
or
yeah,
they're the same card.
Yeah. This is why you got to pick 4 cards the first. You always got to pick 4.
Good. What are we waiting for? This is it, kid. A special combo attack. I'm gonna tell you about Mega Attack.
Special. I'm surprised
Mega
it's not called
Attack?
Wave Attack.
Hey, it's Mega Man. It's gotta be called Mega Attack.
Why is it not called the Mega Wave Attack?
I don't know.
That would be even better.
Listen, sword only attacks 1 square ahead of you, which means it won't hit the baddies. Then what am I supposed to do? That's where the Mega Attack comes in handy. Use air spread to deal with these 2 pests in the front first, and then, before you use the sword card, press down. I mean tutorialize. Do that and I'll lock onto the enemy. When I'm locked on, a sight will appear on the enemies in front of or diagonal from us, and when I see that side, use the sword card. We'll dash right up them and cut them into two. Okay, so before I use the sword card, I tutorialize, and when the sight appears, I use sword. Damn, I hate that. Okay, so I can only move left and right to dodge.
Yeah.
I can always use my buster and hold for rapid fire.
Mhm.
And in the bottom, you can see my attack cards loaded up, right?
Yeah.
I only have a limited amount of those.
Right.
So if I
Mention
use...
that.
Yep. So if I use the air spreader, this one, it gets used up. So I can just whiff my sword now. Use grass stage. And with this heat ball. Now I cannot use any of the cards anymore, right?
Yeah.
So I can
So you still
only
find a
use
buster.
the buster. Or, if you look at the right, you'll see the gauge is full, right?
Yeah, it's full. It's blinking.
So,
Only wants you to activate it.
yeah, because now I can pick the other cards, because my buster is really weak.
Yeah, you mentioned it. Mega did mention that. Yeah.
Yeah, so on charge shot it deals 10, and on rapid fire it deals 1. So I really want to use those cards.
I was just getting started.
So the Mega Buster in this game is really just.
Clinking damage,
Yeah,
yeah.
so you always have some way to deal damage.
Yep. Imagine doing this buster only.
No, thank you.
Yeah, yeah. Alright. Next wave is it. The next wave is it, kid. Don't get lax here. Also, I am talking so damn much. Maybe I need to let up on narration.
Yeah. You're gonna talk yourself hoarse before long. And I
Yeah.
speak from experience.
Also, you might have seen that I got an extra card while playing, while doing the last battle. Also, hi Navio. I did not see you there.
Hello,
a lot
I'm
of
here to
talking here.
test out
A lot
my
of talking.
new
going
microphone,
on.
actually.
Oh, okay. One last thing, countering opponent's cards. How about one at a time, please? First, what's countering? Countering is one of your cards' attacks hits an enemy at the exact moment it's launching attack at you. Your attack will stun them for a while. Sounds like a little hard, but I got countering now. Ah, but you don't only stun the enemy when you counter, you also get one bonus card. Bonus card? You know how normally you can use only the cards you chose on the custom screen? Well, if you counter, you can get a bonus card. Bonus cards are random, but this way you don't have to wait for the custom gauge to fill before trashing the enemy. I see. I think I get it now. But it's hard to get the timing right on the counters, so don't push your luck trying to get one. But just this one time, try to get a bonus card and delete the viruses in a single turn. So I pick up these air spreads, which are really easy to hit enemies with because they just immediately fire. And they also hit adjacent panels, so I'm going to wait for the middle Metar to line up.
Let's clear them out.
So like this.
Okay,
When the
so
pickup
is my
is-
mic
oh.
actually working, though?
Oh, yeah, it's working. Ah,
Okay.
damn it.
Have some of this.
There. I got a counter, got an extra air spread.
Come on, I was just getting started.
Okay. I'm getting already annoyed by the extra. Sorry?
That seems pretty fun, actually.
Yeah. I am going to disable those extra voice lines because...
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
like, when you enable the voice lines, I assume that the regular dialogue you've been narrating would be voiced over.
No, no, no,
So
no,
I
no.
was like, it will like free you up a little bit, make you not have to narrate everything. But then it didn't do it. At first, I thought like you decided against doing it. Like, maybe I missed something.
No.
Okay.
No,
Yeah.
the problem is it's with every single attack, every time you start battle,
Yeah,
every
don't say
time you
that
win.
Say that shit.
It's Battle Network 5DS syndrome. Let's go, Lan Hikari.
I have not played that yet.
Yeah.
get around to it.
If you're going to play the Legacy Collection, it won't be the DS version. Be glad.
Okay.
Although I did just talk about a meme. Let's go, Lan. But that's not
Right.
by the character who I said with "Let's go, Lan Hikari."
Lags go?
Yep. There are a shit ton of typos in Battle Network. What a fine young man she was.
Oh yeah, I do know that one.
If you want to prove yourself, jack into this squirrel. Did I just break Nan?
Yes.
Good. We won. You did better than I expected, kid. Huh?
Someone left.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. That's what he does.
Okay.
Dude, also I cannot hear that because streamer mode is on, otherwise people would hear the stuff people coming in and out. You did better than I expected, kid. You've got my interest. Think I'll hang around for a little bit longer. How you like that? A little longer? No thanks. I'm really sorry, but no way I'm getting roped into something like that again. Oh, then I guess you don't want to hear about your old man? But that's got nothing to do with this. Well, if you didn't want me hanging around, I can take a hint. See you, kid. Wait! Okay, you can stay in my transfer for a bit. Just please tell me about my dad. Glad we agree, partner. Omega-xis is such an asshole.
Yeah, I don't like him.
I love him.
I'm looking forward to the character development.
He's
I
adorable.
don't like him right now.
Adorable in what way? In what way, Code?
Refuse to elaborate.
Ah, I see. After that, we moved
Also-
the train back to its original spots and then returned home. Yep.
To be fair, he probably isn't meant to be like. It's probably meant to just be slightly rude in the Japanese version because he's probably like supposed to be Kansai or something. So
No
like
idea.
he's talking constantly
Oh.
with like a standoffish like tone,
Hmm.
which is why it comes off more rude in English.
He'll make you eat those words. But this alien, Mega, will you really tell me about my dad?
I hate that's the way that they've gone with to. Well, they can't even speak anymore. What the fuck?
The next morning.
That's a very realistic way to sleep. Is that a Wii?
What? Yes! I wanted to actually say.
That's the Wii
non
was a nunchuck there on the before
Yeah.
the television.
Gio, I'm leaving for my part-time job. Okay. I don't want to push you, Gio, but maybe you should try going to school again. I think you need to make some friends. Well, I'm off to work.
Well, she really did not push him.
Hello, did I miss anything?
I'm
Not
broken
much.
now. I feel
It
broken.
wasn't jacking too hard, right?
Sorry?
It wasn't jacking. Hey, Omega wasn't jacking too hard, was he?
Wrong
No,
game.
we're waving these days.
He's just waving. Waving his
Uh,
thing around.
friends, huh?
You don't need friends. You got a wave friend now.
Why don't you go to school? See ya, Matsuo. If I went, maybe I might make some friends. So you're saying you don't go to school because you don't want to make any friends? Yeah, he is homeschooled actually. He is being homeschooled. They are using a Navi, which is a concept from Battle Network. A Navi is it's a personal assistant, just an AI assistant, but in this time frame, so. The previous series was Battle Network, where people just had a singular personal assistant, a Navi. And in this game, people have multiple ones. You'll meet them gradually. I had heard about that humans value their friends and brother bands a lot. Also, brother bands are just is friending on social media, but you're also giving people it's more personal. You have to give up your secrets and such.
Ew.
Brother bands a lot, or is that just hearsay? I don't know what it's like to lose some. Oh, you don't know what it's like to lose someone close to you. That's why you can say that. You really believe that? Whatever. I guess even among humans there are sad and bitter ones like you. All of a sudden, Earthlings are a much more interesting race. Hey Geo, let's check out your town. I want to see what other kinds of people are here. Oh, come on! Why would I want to do that? Besides, I don't like talking to other people. Quit dragging your feet and get out there!
Yeah. Oh.
What were you saying about rudeness, Code? What did you say? What did you say about the administration of Kansai dialect?
Be rude. You can still be rude without like every other word being I hate you. You disgust me. Also yoink.
Ow, ow, ow! Move it! Okay, I'm going outside now! See? Jeez, what a bussy alien.
Fun will be had and your compliance isn't a factor.
That's why I love Omega-xis.
Megaman wants to go to the basketball, go play some basketball. He wants to shoot some hoops, and your compliance is unnecessary.
Needs to dunk on some fools.
Who the fuck's that?
You can see me, can't you? In that case, I can give you your next lesson right now, so your whole math homework is done, correct? That's teacher, man.
No.
Cool poster. This is a large photo of the beautiful starry sky.
Look at this.
What? It's actual practical advice, don't.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a really thin TV.
I don't know about that. The technology progressed like fast enough that I don't think.
This is from like 2005, 2006.
Yeah, so around with the time that they were becoming a thing.
Totally not dystopian.
Oh, I hate that. I hate having my kitchen run by computers. I actually like cooking.
Oof.
You are cooking. Wait, I have a thing for that.
You are cooking.
Accurate. Ah, it's not the scene, okay.
You got mail. What the fuck? What's that noise?
Mail.
You got mail.
Tutorials, tutorials, tutorials.
This reminds me of like older people who like absolutely need the feedback, like the feedback sounds on whenever they click on an app on their phone, and they have
I
their
like
phone
it.
at full
I don't even
public.
find it stupid. Not gonna lie.
No, I like it too.
I know, but full blast in public, and you just hear like from halfway across the room.
Email.
You know.
Email, huh? So this is what you Earthlings call email. It's a pretty nice and useful system. I'm so bored since you went to bed, Geo. Figured I'd keep myself entertained writing. Actually, I forgot to tell you a few things. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah
Bro, my
blah
personal
blah
assistant
blah.
can't be sending me emails like this, man.
He's an alien.
Hey guys, he's nice. It's just the fact that his special interest is doing battle.
Let's go
Hey,
buck wild.
If everyone's interest was doing battle, that would be so much fun.
Let's talk to some humans already.
You were socialized and you have no choice in the matter.
Yes.
I think no one's questioning you out and about. Stuff at school.
I think I recognize that exact facial structure from the Battle Network games.
Yes.
Ah, there we go. Finally, some points out.
Yeah,
points out.
That one too.
Oh right, there's a run button. There's a run button. Oh, I'm so glad there's a run button. Roads are sick now that we can't see. You can see them, but the strange things are even roads made out of them. So the TV tells me.
Ah, yes, the average 30-year-old.
Okay, Gwen.
God damn it, this is me. But before I do, I want to see something else. Now, where do you want to go? Inside a transfer. You want to go where? I say inside a transfer, but what I really want to see is an Earthling's personal page. If you look at their personal page, which is usually not shown to strangers, you can see what that person is really like. Plus, oh, nothing. But peeping into someone's personal page, that's not right. You realize that even if you say no, I can force you. Okay, but if you exercise separate transfer. Okay, so what do I do? We'll just we'll enter transfers just like how you entered train's comp space yesterday. So put on your glasses, find a wavehole, and change into waveform. Man, if someone sees me changing into waveform, they're going to think I'm a ghost or worse. Remember,
That would be
people cannot
worse.
see EM waves.
Yeah, I know.
He's been like screaming having this conversation right in front of that. old
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, I was.
He also does the elaborate pose and everything. Also, say hi to the blank white part of the screen. Because it's
blank white part of the screen.
because you can change screens at will. Or at least the focus screen. So, how do I get into someone else's transfer? Didn't I just tell you? Just do what you did yesterday. Get as close you can in the wave world and press A and tutorialize on the transfer you want to jump into. Okay, got it. Oh, by the way, viruses like to feed in the wave world, so watch your step, alright? But if you fight the way you did yesterday, you shouldn't have a problem with most viruses. It's odd, but you have a knack for battling. I don't need or want to have a knack for that. You're gonna stop saying that sooner or later. Huh? Did you say something? No, nothing. Anyway, the transfers will wait. Yeah. So, this was also annoying as fuck. in the original game, you didn't have this lock-on system. You needed to use your mouse.
Damn.
I think you mean your stylus. We can't imply that we use emulation for DS games. Rueg.
Oh, by the way, actually, I did use my DS. You actually needed to have a stylus and such. But I used an R4, a flash card. Also, me looking around like this on the map, that's also something from the collection. You sometimes need this, believe me.
Well, yeah, Omega-xis so far seems to be really into coercion.
Also, these fucking names. Cheese Wind! Hey, hello, I love flying.
Okay. Yeah. Propeller Man. I remember Propeller Man.
No, you
I
didn't.
think.
That's
Okay.
Gyro Man. Cindy White. I don't know what that is a pun on Cindy White.
Snow White.
Yeah, I
She
just
has
want to
a-
say Snow White. I almost said Cinderella.
Maybe mix of both. Who's to say?
Money! Only it's very little. Oh. And this is the meat of the game. Random battles.
Dun 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 dun. No, okay.
What?
Random battles. I thought Pokemon. First.
Oh, da 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 da
I
da
was waiting for
da
Gen
da.
4 random Pokemon battle theme, but okay. I
Yeah.
don't think I quite hit it. Anyway.
I didn't catch it. I forgot how it went, to be honest.
I can't quite replicate it in my head anymore. So it's just improvised.
We're the ones to help humans run their lives. But humans have no idea how busy we are. They only call for us with the cards when they need us, but waves have work hard all day long. If only they'd be a bit more appreciative. Querio my card. He has a card collection. Query more cards.
Oh, fuck.
Okay.
I thought that it was supposed to be where are more cards? Like we are where we are our
Where are
more
more
cards.
cards? Or I think it's Querio as in ask query, but I might be wrong. This encounter rate is so annoying. Luckily I can turn it down. But still.
Deleted.
Yup. That's also from Battle Network. There's a lot of Battle Network terminology.
He's not killing them, he's deleting them. That's much better.
Oh. But yeah, if you didn't see it, I was locking onto enemies first before I used the sword.
I was about to ask how you jumped forward with the sword because
Okay, I'll show you.
Mega
I'll show
did
you.
say. No, I mean, he did say you were locking on, so I assume
So
it's
if I
just,
press down, I'll get a reticule, and then I can launch the attack to jump forwards.
Yep, that's what I assumed based.
Okay. Oh, right. I'm also just skipping over the results screen. I get graded how well I do. And this is a merchant. I'm gonna get some maximum health. I can also buy more battle cards for my deck. I'll show you the deck building now, actually. So, you have a 30 cards
Um,
deck to play with.
Oh, there we go. I'm back.
My Discord is having an aneurysm. Ooh.
Yeah, it just. I didn't hear anything anymore, and I'm assuming nobody heard me either.
I thought you were talking. I kind of thought you were talking, but
Then suddenly I couldn't hear you anymore.
weird.
It lasted like a minute at most.
Huh. Okay. But yeah, I showed you the lock-on. That worked.
Yeah. Like, it was like right after you did the lock-on thing, and I was
Huh.
like, yeah, that's what I assume.
Yeah.
Based on the visual information I was given. And
Mhm,
after that, like Discord stopped being Discord.
Anyways, I'm gonna take out these heat balls because it's a thrown projectile that only works on a single panel. Just someone can just move out of the way very easily from that. And we're gonna put in ground waves. Also, power bomb is just the same as heat ball, but it explodes into a plus. That is very useful. We're gonna take out a cannon for that. Okay. Oh. I keep remembering the old whatchamacallit controls. Let's take these swords as my favorites. Oh right, that's also a mechanic. So you see now that I have these 6 swords as my favorites, right?
That's what shows up in your
Hmm?
transfer.
Well,
The
if
thing is, you
someone
just
is
push
friends
the
with me,
invaders.
they're my brother, they will get this selection as a random roulette.
Uh-huh.
But it also turns these cards into wild cards. So these are pretty powerful at the start of the game, so if I turn them into wild cards, I can always choose them. Very handy.
Gotcha.
Do you get
I
do you
am-
get the pun?
No?
This is my transfer. I love teas from around the world, and I like my brothers too. I'm a little absent-minded these days. Not as quick as I used to be. Am I getting old? Could I be going senile? Bird watching now, that's what I like. I forgot.
Oh, okay, I get it.
Oh my god.
Like I said, this is Phoenix Wright
I
here.
forgot.
This is Phoenix Wright here, puns.
Floor dying.
You see, I'm primed for this currently because I've been playing Bravely Default. Every single asterisk holder is a joke name.
Jo-
Okay,
Joking
who
is
gets
fine.
this punny
My
name?
My
Joe
name is
Hart.
Murdy War.
So fun.
Welcome, bros, to my transfer. Easily feel spirits be gone. Nin doesn't get it, I think.
Jahant? Yeah, haunting.
He's haunted.
Like-
But Bison's guardian spirit is a bull. I know it. It feels like it is charging right at this moment. Evil spirits be gone.
Okay.
Like I thought, you can get different info about a person from a personal page when you're talking to them. That's because that info is for brothers only. That's odd. What's odd? Ever since this morning, I've felt the presence of Ephemians around here somewhere around here. Man, sensing this so hard. I thought maybe they were hiding in the transfer like me, but we checked everyone's transfers and we didn't find any Ephemians. Hey, tell me that kind of stuff first! What if we had run into an Ephemian inside of one of those transfers? Man, so the info was a little late. Don't say that as if it doesn't involve me!
My god.
Shush! What's up all of a
Is
sudden?
Wolfwood's in here?
I love
Is
him.
Wolfwood's here?
He is a side character, and he is, like, 3/4 through the game.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. I sense the presence I felt this morning. But everyone in town checks out. No one's hiding. Ephemians can hide in more than just transers. Oh yeah, like what happened with the train. Aha, I got it. The Ephemians are hiding out in the comp space somewhere. That's gotta be it. So what do we do now? Do I have to spell it out? Victory goes to the one who strikes first. So we have to make the first strike. Double strike is even better than that, dude.
Ah.
And let's not forget about Throat Wolf with its first strike ability. Let's check all the comp space in this area. Okay, I know where I need to go, so... Car. Like I said, I told you about a scenario that happened over 100 years ago in this universe where where the traffic lights got hacked. You also go into a bus and then fight a boss inside the bus.
Where's Gutsman?
Huh?
Where's Gutsman?
Gutsman
So
is
when
in Battle Network.
I'm still waiting for Gutsman or the Gutsman function to show up because there's always one.
Gutsman is in like every Battle Network.
Yeah, he's the favorite.
Guts
Everyone
Monkey.
likes Gutsman.
Oh my! The encounter rate is really annoying.
Dr. Wywee's favorite robot master is Gutsman.
Fair. Hey, Tailburner. That one is pretty good. Hey yo. How do?
Save.
He looks very upset about existing.
I thought it might be an Ephemian, but it's a peon. What? Get ready, just get ready, kid. Here he comes. Are you car 50? Sorry, but this here's mine. Go get your own fire, your own, or face my wrath.
I don't know why, but what I picture his accent is Australian.
Fair. Jammer. I mean, this is jamming music. Meanwhile, I was just
Also,
selecting
yeah.
4 cards here.
That's pretty neat.
Jamming.
I am. Well, not anymore. That was over.
Also, I didn't give this man any chance to attack me. Humans that have been infected by yam viruses. Looks like Planet FM's got its hand all over this town too. That was a person? Yeah, and wait for him, just
They
like you.
killed someone.
But in this case, he was infected with a low-level virus and turned into a jammer. What have I done? I took him with full force! I'm sure he'll be fine. His injuries weren't life-threatening or anything.
Sure.
By what measure, Omega-xis? We're talking about... How do you know about alien biology?
Yeah, says the alien.
Well, staying around here is pointless. So for now, let's go back to your place. Yeah. Okay. How annoying can I make this?
When the furry man tells you to go back to your place, you go back to your place.
Let me see if there's anything to be found here. Right, I talked to this. Okay, we're going to disable fucking random accounts because I'm going to get sick and tired of this.
Okay, let's just disable them? Really?
Yep. The collection allows you to disable them.
Don't like gonna miss out on XP points or anything like that?
Sorry?
Are you not going to miss out on EXP points or something like that?
I will be missing out on oh my god, this should be on Guaranteed Escape. Where is it? Ah. Wait, what? Oh, I need to hold RT, okay. What I will be missing out on is new cards.
Yeah, so it seems pretty bad to completely switch it off.
Beep, beep. Beep, beep. To be
mean,
honest,
you
I'm
can
not a
turn
very
them
good
off.
driver. Just the other day, I crashed into a truck. Cars just might not be my thing. Beep, beep.
As long as it was a Cybertruck, we're all good.
Small energy. I think if I just walk
To be fair,
normally,
it
I
probably
do
was
get
a
it. Okay,
Oh.
I do want to have encounters, but it was getting a bit egregious. RT toggle on off or RT to activate, okay. High
Yeah,
maximum.
Just put it to low.
This was me just tapping right trigger, by the way. Tapping. So if I want to force an encounter, I just tap right trigger. Okay. Let's not do that, because that would drive me crazy. Or, if you had a really outdated flashcard, that would be the that would be the experience you'd have while playing on a bad flashcard. Not even kidding. That was one of the anti-piracy measures. It's hilarious. Oh, are we going to get the scene? Yes, yes we do!
What is Blood talking about?
It's evening already. I wonder if Mom's home yet. Wait! You!
Yeah. Oh, that's Gutsman. I found Gutsman.
You didn't come again today. Just how long do you plan on skipping school? Not again. But...
Of course, his name is Bud, yeah. Hi,
Hey, we're
Gutsman.
trying to ask you how you're doing. Least you can do is answer. What a pain in the butt. I'll teach him a... You're not going to do anything to him. You going to stop me, kid? Come on, Mega. Do you realize how much of a mess it would be if you show yourself? It's not like he can hear me anyways. So stop it! We don't have time to take the swipes around. No, stop it! Don't you jerk my arm around! I'm gonna show him my mega uppercut. My arm! What are you mumbling about? Look, jerk, just be good and come to school. It's for your own good anyway.
Mega upper!
Even makes a cut that way. You now understand why I love Omega-xis.
Can't believe Gutsman let himself get knocked out like this.
Little creep. Bud! Bad!
Oh, it's that type of... Oh, God.
I hit him. I'm sorry, please just stay away from me. You think I overdid it a smidge?
Yes. Wow. Wow, what a dickhead.
I
Bud,
love
what
him.
good are those muscles? That was so sloppy of you, letting him knock you out in one punch. I'm so ashamed. If you didn't have a brother band with me, you'd just be another useless meathead. If you ever disgrace me again, I'll cut your brother band.
Yeah,
you-
okay.
Now stay here and cool off, hothead. Let's go, Zach. Yes, madam.
If that ever happens again, I'm going to unfriend you on Facebook.
Almost literally what's happening, yes.
Yeah.
it gets even worse in the sequels. Actually, shall I say what the conceit is in the later games?
Sure.
Because people have
ahead.
joked about it. Social credit scores! Not even kidding. There is a measure of how social you are with link power. And they give
That
people
was-
benefits.
Very cringe if you're going to lose social credit score now.
I
We're
can't
not
believe
talking
I
about
was
movies.
beaten by that twerp. I really am just a worthless meathead. At this rate, the press won't need me around. Nobody will come back to being I'll go back to being all alone. I don't want that. Never again. I can feel it. The frequency of your loneliness. Okay, I can't really do a good voice like that, but still. Who's there? Ah, a
How
ghost!
can he see them now?
I'm sorry. I hit you last night for Mr. Pork Chops.
Oh my god.
I'm not a ghost, and pork chop is made from a pig. I'm not a pig.
Sure.
I'm a cow. C-O-W. No. No, you aren't.
Bull.
Ahem.
An elk?
Yeah, he's a bull.
Oh, a bison. Not a
Now
bison.
listen up, Mr. Bot Bison. How do you know my name? I'm Taurus. I am an Ephemian from planet FM. Yeah, it's in the name.
Okay.
I was drawn here by a loneliness wave.
Sure. Loneliness wave.
Loneliness wave? But you're a smart boy. Citation needed. If you allow me to occupy the crevice in your heart, I could give you power, and if you were to show that power to the president, let's just say you wouldn't be alone again. Show her the power? How do we do that? Don't worry. Leave everything to me. Don't allow me to enter your heart, unless you would rather return to loneliness. I don't want to be alone.
Well, poop. Doesn't that just piss in everyone's cornflakes?
What in the world were you thinking? The twerp ticked me off. Don't tell me he didn't make you mad. Well, maybe a little, but you went too far. You've got to protect yourself, kid. There isn't anyone else who's gonna do it. That's what I learned growing up on Planet FM. That's enough, Mega. I've got to apologize to the kid when I see him again. I'm wiped out. I'm going to bed.
Days already? Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, the game is cut up into multiple days.
I mean, yeah, but like,
Get used to it.
that day felt really short. I always find it very jarring if days in video games like super short. Like,
Mm.
3 days
Time skip.
later. We haven't even
Also, I
properly
can hear
started.
someone's TV. I think it's codes. Evening. 3 days late. 3 days later. And now the news. The Anchorage mailbox was destroyed in the wee hours of the morning today. Recently, there have been a rash of incidents from bright red bicycles and rose petals to the warehouses where bricks for flower beds are stored are being destroyed all across town. Satell police are looking into whether this... No cringe for the Satella police. Okay.
I'm just speechless at this point.
Are looking into whether this latest incident is related to the others. A rash of incidents? Hey Mega, you don't think those guys who are after you are behind this, do you? I doubt it, but these incidents interesting. Red bicycles, roses, and warehouses, and a mailbox? Whatever. It's got nothing to do with me. Well, let's get going to Vista Point. By the way, Code, I think the TV is still leaking through audio.
Ah! I thought I was muted.
Ah.
So, it's been 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
When is he gonna talk about his dad? That's not going to happen. They completely forgot about that.
Yeah, I sense something very bad's about to happen. Oh, you mean Omega-xis? I thought you meant Geo, that Geo hasn't talked about his dad.
Both of them. No, they never have brought it up again.
Fair.
It's just vanished.
Look, just let them get along.
No. Them hanging out with each other hinges on this fact.
Yeah.
So if he can't provide, why is Gio putting up with him?
A little while later. Mega, please tell me about my dad.
Oh. we waited 3
Damn
days.
it.
for
Should
this.
I?
We waited 3 days.
My oh my, I wonder what you're up to. Being here alone at this time of night.
Well,
I don't
Bud's
even know
still
if
not
you
here.
recognize the voice. I was fitting up, but yeah.
Karen?
Prez. What's with that face? Anyway, someone out all by himself this late at night. Don't tell me you're the one causing all this trouble around town recently. It's not me! What's with you? You don't have to get so worked up. It's not as if someone like you could even remotely be the culprit. I've decided that it was dumb luck that you beat Bud last time. Oh, is he okay? But he is perfectly fine. Right now we're being super citizens driving around in our scouring car. Oh, well, that's good to hear. Wait, what's a scouring car? Like I was saying, there's been a lot of crimes going around town, so we're scouring every nook and cranny around the criminal. I'm going to protect the town. Wow, Press, you're such a great sense of justice. No one can top you. You're a role model for us all. I'm your hype man. So, how about it? Should I sign you up? Sorry, but I'm not interested. Well then. Then stay out too late. Who knows what kind of dangers may find you if you do. Oh, and come to school, okay? Let's go. Yes, ma'am. Also, the voice might just be shifting so hard.
Wouldn't be confusing to me.
It's fine. It's fine.
I'm tired from just talking to her. Let's go home. Oh god, oh god, oh no. I need to drink some water for what's coming up.
You're going to be hoarse by tomorrow.
Maybe, probably. There is going to be a birthday tomorrow. It's for you, for my brother's 1-year-old child.
Neat.
Uh-huh. Got him a xylophone and a cute book about Is This My Tale?
Getting run over by a car. No, the car stops. Okay.
Well, 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 we meet again.
Is this a scouring car?
That voice. Yes. Oh, what do you think? Nice truck ride. I'll even give you a ride if you want in it if you want. I'm a courier, really. Anyway. I'm really sorry about what happened. Well, see ya.
He's off.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Bing. There's a
I'm
lot of
going to-
talking where I'm playing Starforce.
Yes, you mentioned.
Uh-huh, uh-huh. And I'm narrating almost everything, so... If you're not watching the stream, it might be a bit... Oh, I accidentally clicked off. Sorry. But yeah. What I wanted to say... Sorry, you guys still here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, I accidentally clicked off, but I'm narrating almost everything, so there's a lot of talking here. So if you don't follow the stream, you probably don't know what's going on. Okay. That guy has some nerve turning down another one of my invitations like that. He's going to be in trouble with a capital T. Just you wait. I'm going to find a way to get that kid to school somehow, some way. Why was that with spaces? That is annoying. Chris, it's time to go. All right. What's wrong, bud? Isn't this the perfect chance to get your revenge? You can get the bread that hung you out to dry and show your new powers to the Prez. Show her my powers. Huh?
No, nothing. I'm just also playing, my Enlisted as well as watching the stream. I'm doing both things. And there's
I'm
a
streaming on
text
Twitch,
line.
by the way, so... yeah.
Oh,
Although I don't
thank-
really know if there are any people watching right now, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah? Oh.
Followers,
5
they killed
people!
me.
Oh, that's the most I've ever had. Oh well. Show her my powers. Yes, that's it. TF incoming! Come on, bud, get in here and drive. Yes. Let your feelings take control. A monster! It's gone. What? Are you using the driving card, Zach? I don't have it. Bud does. Okay. Okay. This is the moment I've been
Now
dreading.
he'll get run over by a truck. Now he'll be run over.
Huh?
Surely.
Okay, I need to prepare myself because this is going to be a scene. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What the? This is the way to fight. All I did was turn down a few invitations. Hear me. Look now, this isn't turning me down, but he turned into some kind of fun, saying he just when he thought he was finished, the truck was moving all around. It's so good we had advanced response to fell. Turn to a monster! No way, Mega! Yeah, it couldn't be anything, but that kid body fused to a family and they wanted to that truck come. But I don't know if he's noticed me yet. It can't run faster! I can't run any faster! Why is it chasing me anyways? Gee, I wonder, maybe you think he's mad about you knocking me out last night. But I don't know you! Canada run faster, kid! Anyway, the family showed up, so you should stand and go to chase him. I can't do that! I'll be crushed by the Nefarian! Find and hide somewhere until the crust up, and it won't be as a result of what's happened to those guys in the truck! But if you want to rescue him, then do understand. Okay, what should I do? Hey, it's slowing down a little. Now's your chance! Quick, put on your visualizer. Find a way for him, make for it. Okay!
Oh my god. You need to fight the Isekai
There!
truck.
Hurry, Paulson.
Kept going.
Yes. I cut most of that.
Jesus.
I think because it's tied to the animation, they couldn't just make them text boxes. Because Geo has to duck out into the middle on time.
Fine.
I barely played the game, but apparently I'm a good entertainer. Hurry up and Paulson on it. EM wave change! Geostellar on the air!
Oh my god.
Jesus.
Yeah, I need him.
Now what? We've got to get into the truck jump and beat the Ephemian that's causing this. When the truck passes under us, jump. Okay. Don't chicken out of me. Here it comes.
Wait. Is the truck still doing
Alright
circles?
now, jump!
Why?
Okay.
Yeah.
Stop phasing out, kid. I can't jump into something going that fast. Then we have no choice but to stop it with brute force. One charge shot should do the... Not a charge shot!
Oh no.
Charge shot.
That's a meme from Megaman X, by the way. Wait a sec! If you do that, you'll hurt the other guys too. Then what do you suggest? Leave them and be and let them cause an accident, get hurt by that way? An accident! I got it!
Yeah, because that's so much better than a truck.
If we could block the road somehow, we could stop the truck, but how? Don't look at me, you figure it out. There's nothing around that can stop a truck. Am I right or am I right? You're right, but I'm not giving up. There's gotta be something around here I can use.
I would like to point out,
Yeah.
the truck only did circles to chase Geo, but Geo's not there anymore, so why is it still doing circles?
It's just doing circles. I think because that's what happened in the Battle Network 1, or at least most Battle Network games, that they're constrained to a grid.
Why not stop driving altogether? Because your target's not there anymore.
Also, I just mixed up my buttons again. They changed the layout, and I can't change it back on controller. It's so annoying. Oh well.
You could always use Steam's controller settings to switch the buttons.
Yeah, that's true, but then confirm and cancel are different.
True.
No matter what you do, you'll have something swapped around. So it's like-
Yeah. On keyboard you can fully customize it. Okay, how do we cause an accident?
Don't cause a car crash. No.
That's so much worse.
That's so much worse.
If I operate this panel and block the path, I may be able to stop. Sorry?
Oh my god.
Oh boy, this is gonna end well.
It's kind of crude, but we really don't have a choice. What is that gif? People, hurry! Get in the way! I'm committed for hamburger help. It's what is that series? I've only seen it through
Xenoblade
YouTube.
Retro.
What?
Xenoblade Chronicles.
No.
It's
No,
called
something
Xavier.
Angel something. I've forgotten.
Angel Savior?
Xavier Angel.
Renegade.
Savior Angel. Okay.
Xavier Angel
Xavier
Renegade. Yeah.
Renegade Angel.
All right.
Xavier Renegade Angel. Yeah.
Oh, what a name. Okay. Something moved just now. Whoa! The viruses are bolting! Yay, more virus battles, as if we didn't have those. Oh no, how hard. And they dare give me night on that. Oh well. Now the car should work. Initializing Excel program. So that is a limitation on the goddamn word counts, character counts. It's actually the acceleration program.
It still doesn't use an X.
Yeah, but whatever. Got it. We're moving.
Crash.
Now the
Car
brakes!
crash.
Not bad, kid. Hey, why is there a car stopped in place like that? I forgot that it's fucking mission accomplished.
Yay, that.
Also, did you see the explosion? Oh, right.
Yeah.
Let's go. Is everyone okay? I don't know.
Mega
Why would
approves of vehicular violence.
If the safety devices went off, maybe.
Yeah, an X, right? Why would he know? Why would he know?
But we've got to focus on getting that Ephemian. Yeah!
Ah yes, how to signify we're inside a truck? Just put buildings of trucks
This
moving at the
vibe.
background.
This vibe. There's one Ephemian back there. I can smell Zoffa's stench. This scump space is different from the rest. Be careful, let's get going. Okay.
Wonder if Ephemians smell similar to the smell of darkness.
You reek!
Someone say the smell of darkness?
It's a smell of darkness. But
I
hey,
just can't stand your disgusting smell.
I could smell you from anywhere. Or something like that. I've played Chain of Memories. That smell, we could talk so much about smell. It's not even funny.
It's never brought up again.
Really?
After Chain of Memories, it's never brought up again.
Okay.
Never. Not the time.
Beep beep, danger, danger, the truck is out of control, danger, danger. Well, you've been helpful. Usually they tell you what's up. Oh well.
No, it did. The truck is out of control.
Hmm.
That is an accurate assessment of the situation.
I'm gonna change up my deck a bit with some new cards.
You do that.
Add in Sky Striker Ray. Sky Striker 8.
Okay, sure, whatever. Those recovered 10s are so worthless. Yeah. Sure, I'll add in back the swords. Have it your way.
The Liga does not concern herself with card effects except Lunar Light cards.
I'll choose to ignore that because I don't really understand the reference, but sure. Beep beep. There is a panel that can stop the driving control system in the back, but you can't get there without riding those boost programs. They're usually pretty calm, but they're going wild because of the system glitch. If you ride one now, you might get thrown off. This may be old news to you, but if you lose your balance 3 times, you will fall off the bull, so make sure you press the right buttons to stay on top. Get out your stylus, kid!
So the bull thing is technically like a giant coincidence, right?
Yeah. But yeah, this was a touchscreen gimmick.
No fun. Yeah? Okay. Good job, guys.
We did it, chat.
It gets way harder. Oh yeah, no program advances in this. No comments on that code? Okay.
I actually don't have a comment on that.
You do know what program advances are, right?
Silence is deafening.
Okay. So, in Battle Network, if you...
No, my partner is telling me currently.
So, in Battle Network, if you pick a certain combination of cards, it would become a way stronger attack. Yeah, that's not in this game. It's only in the third game.
It sounds like a jib. Because, why?
I've got a red
Give us
key.
all the mechanics all at once. Really had to press your face against that laser grid in order to put the key in, huh?
I just realized you're walking on truck and the combustion engines. Or like, I assume are supposed to look like combustion engines.
Wait, does this pause all animations? Yeah, it does pass that animation. Weird. Ooh, Gatling.
Gatling
I like
one.
that one.
I was just reading what you found.
A 4-shot attack knocks the enemy way back. Also, these descriptions are longer than in the original game. They were so restricted by the Japanese text like you wouldn't believe.
I'm believing.
Let me see. What do we get rid of? I can get rid of a sword. Gatling is pretty nice.
I mean, I assume the the 0 and ZX games also had similar bad restrictions, which caused the dub to be, like, worse than it could have been. Or
Wasn't that bad,
whatever.
if I remember correctly.
It gets pretty bad at points, from what I remember.
Atrans! Atrans!
Oh yeah. I forgot about H. I was thinking of Zero games, not CX. CX obviously is pretty bad.
Zero has Japanese voice lines even.
Yeah.
Vareva Machinery. Oh.
To be fair, I misspoke. I meant to say, like, the written part of, like, the game. Because, yeah, Zero just doesn't have really English line.
Yeah.
I just remember there being some questionable decisions in that game. In those games, excuse me.
You need a blue key to go. Please verify your blue key. Blue key verified.
Yeah?
The blue key has been accepted.
Yes.
Oh my god, this encounter rate. I'm gonna go stir crazy over this.
To be honest, I didn't even need that barrier.
It actually went away.
Okay.
I
did
actually
not
did get hit.
See that. My bad, I didn't catch that. Good job then.
It's always nice to pick one if you can. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? I was pressing those buttons.
The game disagrees.
It was not accepting my input anymore. I needed to click inside of the game. Something took away my focus. Also, I'm just mashing the same button the whole time because it's hard to see if it's double.
Yeah. I will do that too.
I am hopping out. I will talk to you guys later.
Okay.
Okay.
See ya.
Bye.
So,
See ya.
Can I see something really disappointing?
Oh no. I recognize that scream!
oh, yeah?
Sorry. I recognize that scream.
What are those license plates, by the way? On the right side?
Oh, yeah. They'll be there in a bit. I think it's Japanese what's on them. Where are we? Bud? What are you thinking bringing us to a place like this? I'm gonna crush that punk Geo. I'll show you not just him, but you too, Prez. I'll show you both how strong I am. Now where is he hiding? Says the guy holding the steering wheel and looking out. Hey, are you listening? Answer me!
I don't think he knows you're in here.
This is Bud's answering machine. Please answer after the beep. But there is no beep! Exactly. Ick!
Oh,
Good.
Don't waste your breath, sweetie. Right now he's completely under my control. you! You changed blood into this iron, didn't you? Please, change him back! No. Let me see a few Let me set a few facts straight for you. Well, I did in fact give him powers. You press are the one responsible for his misery. But what? I said I would cut our broadband, but I... That's an order from you. I don't care to hear any more of your screams, so it's not time for the two of you. Looks like there's something going on back there. But what are those two doing in the comp space? Ephemians can change humans into waves. Those two were too close to the Ephemium, so they were dragged along for the ride. They got picked up by a real nasty one too. A nasty one? That's Taurus. He's one brutal guy who charges at things like the bull-headed bull that he is. And you want me to fight a scary guy like him? Sorry, is that a wolf skin for Apex? That it is. No, it's not Apex. What game is that?
Oh, this is Endless.
What are you talking about?
Oh, it's Endless Zones, yeah. In voice text.
Speaking of Wolfskin, you know what else is currently running around with a Wolfskin?
Oh?
The Mercedes Formula 1 car.
Toto Wolf.
The Toto Wolf
Yeah.
yet.
He's strong, but he moves in straight lines. If you keep your cool, he's a pushover. You want to save those two, then have some guts. Let's go. Yeah, I don't know what this says.
The wolf design is not that A. It's kind of A actually.
Kinda Yeah.
The Mercedes
worry,
ones.
It's not playable. I don't think. Oh. And he doesn't have a tail, which is so annoying.
Yeah. Oh come on! There we go. Now it's loading.
What the fuck?
Wow.
Also,
It's
Team
Japanese
Viewer.
inspired. It's Japanese inspired. But it's for the
Yeah,
for the Japan GP.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Still.
for the Japan GP specifically. I think it was Haas that have Godzilla on the cars. Haas or Racing Bulls.
Huh. I don't like it. It's so weird. But that's just me.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't go into the fridge anymore. Oh well. I'd actually have a card that exploits its weakness. Oh well. Oh.
No fridging for you.
Let me see. I do not want to be killed off, Nin, thank you.
Reasonable reaction.
I
honestly.
am
will
not that
take it.
expendable.
I will take it into consideration.
You never even seen their attack, did you?
No.
Tetra key, A.
Of keys.
Yay. There's 4 of them. Because guess what? It's called Tetra key. That's why there's 4 of them.
That voice in the menu, it sounds like the voice in Tetris 99 announcing things.
Maybe the same synthesizer.
Possibly. I don't know.
Also, I had one of the bulls just buck at the very goddamn end, and it threw me off. It's so bad when it happens.
Yeah.
Small energy. That's nice. Big.
That's a very big guy, yeah.
That's 50, so I can just increase it like that. Yeah, I want to get out of the... Damn! Okay, I should not have been in the... That was a big hit.
Yeah.
Safety saves. They're fast anyways. Wait, can I just mash all of the buttons? Oh my god, I can just cheese this.
Fantastic.
No need to engage, just cheese it. There we go. And even got some health out of it.
Let's
Dun,
go.
dun, dun, dun,
Health's good. Health's healthy.
Uh-huh. Tetris EC. Key C. Yep. I'm seeing so many swords. I wonder if I just have an increased likelihood of seeing those swords because of this. Oh, come on!
Yeah, that was bullshit.
Time
saw
better
that.
nerd, they saw. They said. Game? Game?
This is...
Ah. I was pressing all buttons. I shouldn't have been doing that.
This looks like a very fun gameplay mechanic.
Also, I wasn't really sure if it was picking up my controls properly, but we'll see if it does, if I just... this one is also very fast. Imagine doing this on stylus. Very end, very end. No, okay.
Oh, you fucking bazookas.
Sorry?
No, nothing. Just also want to bring my games because some of the enemies they have bazookas, which is extremely effective against tanks.
Uh-oh.
Sounds reasonable.
This encounter right.
I've rated an encounter out of 10.
If you do badly enough, you can actually get healed. Let me see. Yeah, over here. I'm just gonna pop this small energy to heal. Because otherwise I'm never gonna get a use out of this, so yeah. Come on. Really? Really?
Yes.
Take the heal. So I think the heal sound is bugged. I think the final note just goes on for a little bit too long. I don't know if you guys noticed that. It lingers a bit too much. Oh.
We have literally no reference frame for it, so,
Yeah.
you know.
What's the smell? Darkness?
I was
Who are you? It's freaking huge! Have we met somewhere before? Well, long time no see, Taurus. Omega-xis? Okay, I shouldn't be doing this. Are you the only one alien we came to Earth? Yep, so far, but that's because I'm the fastest. Don't worry, the other guys will be here in a bit. By the way, you picked a real loser of a host. Strong, powerful people, that's the way to go. Shut up. I'll win no matter who my host is. Hey, Mega, you never told me our enemy would be someone like him. Take a good look at Taurus. Seem familiar? But you, don't stand there. Yup, you picked a real winner there, Omega-xis. I'm going to mow you down and take back that Andromeda key.
Wait, what did you say?
Andromeda key.
Andromeda.
Andromeda key,
Andromeda.
sir.
Andromeda.
I know. So you really do plan on to attack this planet. The King's commands are absolute. Using
one
that
sec,
body
wait.
destruction of the...
But 1 sec, my head was fucking disconnected.
You are now... We're now 2 hours in with a lot of commentary on this game.
Yep.
Boss
1
battle
sec.
game coming and I'm narrating almost everything.
I'm flabbergasted. I am. Yeah, defeated.
And this is even a better story than Battle Network.
Again, no, I'm just gonna have to take your word for it.
The
because
first scenario of fucking Battle Network is someone using firemen to hack ovens to set people's houses on fire.
Well, that's a bit random. Also, hi now, I can hear
Hi.
you properly through my
Hey.
Hello, Ray.
I do
Hello,
need
PT
to
Foxy.
put down your volume a bit. There,
So what's that thing?
I said EP Foxy.
EP.
Ah, yes, EP. Yeah, no, I've been dog sitting all week for my sister, so I've basically had to flop out and nap for 20 minutes.
Ah. This town will signal the attack on Earth. But no, I mean Taurus, destroy them. If you do, the president will also appreciate you. I'm powerful. If I show the president my strength, she'll need me. Ugh. Wait a sec. How am I supposed to face him at all? Stop flipping out. Just trust in your power and my strength. Trust? Easy for you to say. Stop your chattering. Here comes. Also, this game is all about TF.
Yes, this is the one with the werewolf in it.
Yes. This is about fusing, people fusing with aliens.
Yeah, I know that Cedric
become-
made a few artworks of this one, of the
Oh.
wolf guy.
Who?
I'm sorry, Cedric. I'll find it and send it.
Ah, okay. But yeah, say hello to Taurus Fire. He's a cow,
Hi,
even if
Taurus
he's a bull.
File. Hi, Taurus File. Time for
I
you to
wonder
die,
what his element
probably.
is. Yeah.
I think it's waffle. No, sorry, it's
I
spirit.
missed.
I'm sorry, is this HP 310?
Yeah.
Let's go. It was 310.
I'm still confused by this grid.
Christ, you're melting him.
Yeah. I know how to fight him. So, S rank, you did not get hits and you killed him within 30 seconds. You killed the boss within 30 seconds.
Let's fucking go.
I S ranked his rebattle as well. You can do it almost immediately afterwards. I hope you like explosion.mp3. We're gonna be here for a while.
My favorite
Yeah.
music.
Mega, don't be too happy. You may have beaten me, but will Andromeda, for sure. Ow.
I was still going
Here's
there.
last word. Ow. Oh god, he's become a man.
Yeah, like I said, they
I'm
fuse
a
with each other.
Mega
It's a.
Man now.
I'm a Mega Man. Ow.
I said now.
I know, but he went
Oh.
out with an ow. We
Okay.
won. I can't believe I. See, didn't I tell you to trust me? That was our power just now. Our power. Now you get it right. Just so give me a little more credit and trust me, okay? Okay. We stopped the
Tony.
truck and stopped Saurus Fire. Time to skedaddle. Who the fuck uses the word skedaddle?
Omega.
I put it in visual arts.
Oh, very rubbery. I see. Good. Of OOED. Now I need to click voice text and not the other voice chat. Wait, what about these three? The Ephemian that brought them into the space is gone, so they'll return to the real world soon. Capitalized.
Bastard.
I hate that. That's a relief. By the way, what was Taurus talking about? And what's this Andromeda? It's one of their treasured items. So if you have it, then the other Ephemians will come after us for it too, right? Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe? That sounds more like trouble, like more trouble. You'd be in even bigger trouble if they had it, huh? We'll probably face off against the Ephemians again. Fight like we did just now, and we'll be fine. Considering how the fuck I melted Taurus fire, yeah. Hey, don't say like it was a piece of cake. No, Joe, it was a piece of cake. Don't worry, we can do anything together. You can worry about it later. Let's get going. Oh, okay. Well, I've rounded you up, and you are going to get beaten up even harder. Come on, ready to get out of here? But? He's fine. He's returned to his normal self. Did you save us? Who are you? Me? I'm,
Oh, cool.
Mega.
Rocket finder.
This is a good piece you did.
Don't say it. Yeah. Okay,
I'm
cool.
I'm Megaman.
Yeah.
It's even worse in the anime
This
where...
is the first time they mentioned Megaman.
Yes!
Okay.
2 hours in, finally we have a Mega Man.
2.5 hours almost. Mega Man. I mean, I did this within an hour when I was playing on my own. You guys have been very distracting.
And again, that's our job. That's what we get paid
Wake up,
for.
you two. I said wake up! Huh?
We're trying to get across the border.
Looks like you two are finally
Hey,
awake.
you,
What
you're
was I
finally
to do if the
awake.
two people who are supposed to protect me couldn't? Bud! Prez, what are we doing here? You are Bud, right? I feel like I was just in a bad nightmare now where you turned into a giant monster and... Prez, I've been hiding things from you. You know all those things that got broken? I think I'm the one who's been doing it. After I got mad at one time, I saw the strangest thing. There was a cow monster, and he told me he'd give me powers. He said if I wanted to keep you as a brother, I'd to show you my power, then you'd appreciate me. After that, every night I'd get restless, I'd go outside, but when I'd see something red, I'd blank out, and then... Waking up in my own room, I thought it was all a dream, but car pieces or bricks would be around me. I'm sorry?
Oh, because he broke all the red things because...
Hey, because of Bull.
Oh my god.
You only just now noticed, damn.
Yes, I did.
I'll apologize to everyone.
I literally just nipped away for 2 seconds, just had some phone call, and I'm so fucking confused why I just went back into...
This dude turns into a bull because okay, so we accidentally long story. Should I start from the top? Because that's gonna
Sure.
take a bit.
Go ahead.
just give me the spoke notes.
Spark
portion will do
notes.
fine.
Oh yeah, this is a good one too.
Geo, to the right. He's a lonely kid who has shut himself in because his father went missing in space.
As you do.
3 years later, he's still grieving, he doesn't go to school, he doesn't have any friends.
Okay.
Then he meets an alien called Omega-xis, and he can fuse with him to go into the wave world. That's
Okay.
what we were in the truck. Then another alien, evil alien, took over yellow guy here with the knife and fork on his belly.
Yeah, it made him Fireball Man or what?
Yeah, Fireball Man, indeed. Taurus Fire. He was attacking red things the whole time until today, when he saw Geo and was like, Geo red, but also humiliated me. Me kill. And then we knocked the alien out of him.
Okay, makes sense.
Anyway, I posted more Wolfie art in the.
Ooh. We have to fix all the things that Bud has destroyed. Don't be lazy, or else. Sometimes having brothers is making a girl's life harder than it needs to be. And Bud, make sure from now you use your strength to do things more useful to me, okay? Prez! Isn't that great news, Bud? I hate this fucking theme, not gonna lie. And there's the post pic.
But yes,
It is-
how do people do?
I'm enjoying Starforce Legacy Collection, even if it took me 2.5 times longer to get to the point where I was.
Fair enough.
I'm vibing. I haven't played Starforce, but I'm currently on the Megaman
Take me
journey.
with
and
you. Please
Ruplays has
don't
been
forget to
joining my
pay it to
streams
get
as
that
co-commentator,
out.
so I
Close.
figured I'd return the favor.
Ah, space!
enough.
Give me some space! The Budkiss is strong, but even his physical strength could not give his life meaning. I'm
What the
philosophizing now.
fuck?
And when you knocked him out cold, he thought he had
What
lost
was
his
it? Black
pleasant
Bolt
will.
Greymon?
Sorry, what? Oh, right, yeah.
What the fuck? You're getting all philosophical all of a sudden.
He'd lost his place in the world. He didn't want to lose that, so he let his weakness be used by that Ephemian. Oh, right, the aliens are called Ephemians, by the way, Ray. There's a lot of stupid puns in this game. I don't know if you saw the name of
Oh.
our protagonist.
Geostellar.
No?
No, Geostellar.
I mean, I know Geo is like,
Earth Space?
fourth.
Earth Stars?
Hi.
I'm
My
John
God,
McEarth
Geo.
Stars.
Satellites are in geostellar orbit.
Oh my god, I didn't even think about that. Oh! You just... Oh god. Oh, wow, we're going to come back to that. Ephemians take over humans with loneliness in their hearts. Humans will feel lonely, we want something to fill the void divide, and they invite us, Ephemians, into the empty space. People are so weak, they think that they can't fill the void in their hearts by themselves. Well, I say that, but as Ephemians need to fuse with Earthlings to use our full powers too. Everyone needs to feel they fit in somewhere. Guess that goes for humans and Ephemians alike. Some place to fit into. The feeling to protect someone is born from getting to know the person. If we never had those kinds of feelings to begin with, then people wouldn't have to live in pain. This was your little hour with Black War Greymon.
Now
My
back
mind
to
is-
our usual walk.
Have you even watched Digimon in or not?
I have.
Okay, you do know what I mean with Black War Greymon or not?
Yes, I do.
Ah, good.
But my mind immediately went to Cyrus from Pokemon Diamond Pearl Platinum, not Black War Greymon.
Geo is obsessed with space, and he has closed off his emotions.
That's why my mind went to Cyrus.
Do you even know how old Cyrus is?
He was like in his 40s something?
No, he's
Oh,
27.
Yeah,
Dude is
Yeah,
stressed out of
yeah.
his fucking mind.
I was
Hey.
like picturing in my head the image of Lucerine and Cyrus, and someone writing one of them was 27, the other one's in their 40s, so the guess who's who, it's the other way around.
Yeah.
And for some
Hey.
reason in my head I flipped it over twice.
Hey, Geo to Earth. I had to make that. Hey, Geo. Geo to Earth.
Yes, I got it.
What, I
That's why
hear you.
said, "What?"
You've been nice to let me watch how we live, but there's one thing I've noticed and want to ask you. Do you really like the sky that much?
No.
Yeah, I like it. I like the stars twinkling at night and the shooting stars, and I hope just maybe I can see my dad. Sorry,
Gee,
but
I
I'm
would've
staring
been-
at it. How about you show me something
Gee.
else now? You're so ungrateful. What happened to telling me about my dad? When are you going to feel like it? Meh, who knows?
Right, yeah, we were about to do that with the whole...
He knew about his
Sorry,
father
sorry.
disappearing, but he never told him. Yeah,
No,
if you
uh,
just do what I wanna.
Information came
Hmm?
up. My god.
Sorry, Ray, what?
So I was gonna say, it actually turns out that is his father.
This is his father. Let's go back
In a
wild.
detective
Okay.
Pikachu.
It's it's Bancho-Leomon all over again.
Playing Megaman
Not that line
Starforce,
again.
not Bionic Commando.
That's his arm. Also, only in
Is
Bionic
he not on his
Commando, the
arm?
3D, horrible 3D game. Huh?
Is Mega not on his arm in wave form? Is that Uh-huh.
Look, what's important now is that you're more prepared when you leave your house. You never know when an Ephemian is gonna show. One could drop from the sky onto us right now.
One is going to drop on the sky right now.
From the sky, huh? Also fucking looks up.
Quasar? Is that you? Wow.
Oh, we have a voice. We have a voice, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Nin.
What?
Wait, you weren't the one who said wah?
It was me, yes.
Be careful. Be careful. Why? What's wrong? I know an Ephemian with wings just like that. That may have well been. You think that was an Ephemian? Ah.
What the fuck?
He's dead.
You wag too much.
All of it.
Surprised that he's not combined with a red panda.
I know it. It won't stabilize in the air. Oh.
You sound like English dub Gilmon.
I tried to sound like Waluigi. Waluigi time! I tried to sound like him. Apparently I sound like Gilmon.
What have I done?
Hey, he took his wings off! Huh?
You've made war crimes.
Huh? You saw! Yeah. Really? Really? That was so careless of me! Careless? Nothing. I thought no one came to Vista Point except at night. Anyway, sorry to have disturbed you. I guess my experiment was a failure. Experiment? That wing thingy, right? Yeah, I guess he's not an Ephemian. But more importantly, that thingy looks awfully interesting. Let's go take a look. Huh? Okay, we'll take a look. Yeesh. Only because you asked so nicely. Huh? Yes? What's it? Well, I was wondering about your waning thing. Huh? I call it my flap pack. Flap pack?
This is a backpack on my foot.
Jetpack was copyrighted, so we have to have
Wing
we have
pack was,
jetpacks on board.
yeah.
Please don't stare at it, okay? I don't like it when people do that.
I don't like to show people my inventions. Oh. He doesn't want us to show it to us. We should let it go, Mega. What a bizarre guy. If we stay here any longer, we'll get in his way. Let's go home, okay? So, about that. Looks like I got some mail.
Yeah.
He doesn't even stop us. Could you please stop eyeballing my things? It's not nice to spy on other people's inventions. Wait, wasn't there something beneath this bench?
It's a bench, alright. Sure, it's a bench.
Okay, sometimes they like to hide things. Also, it's a train! I heard people long ago used to ride these.
That was just a testament to our failures.
Maybe they say something about these telescopes.
Is that like, how do you know this Megaman game isn't set in America? Because they actually have a train.
They also have public transport. They also have it in Battle Network. Oh, right.
Oh god.
What's this now?
Pain.
Oh, it's the help signal. What's that? The help signal is basically an SOS signal. It means someone around here needs help. Earthlings call
Just call it a
strangers
fucking
for help.
SOS.
That's such a foreign
call-
concept. Well, that explains a lot. Well, you're really supposed to go and help, but I don't want to get involved with others. I'm sure someone else will take care of it.
Yeah, that's not.
I've decided. We're going to take a look.
Of course, yeah.
It's fucking Omega-xis. I wanted to see the source of this signal. Hey, wait a second. How come you're the one who gets to decide this? You push a freeloader. Ah, Kenneth, your life is beyond boring. You wake up, read a book about space, mess with some gadgets, study, and when it gets dark, go stare at some stars up in the sky. You need some variety to spice up your life.
Not wrong.
He's not wrong. I don't need any spice. I would make you run my...
No, he's
My life
Caucasian.
anymore. Stop
He's
it.
too bland.
When I say go, we go. Alright, alright. Jeez. Keep this up and my left arm's gonna be longer than my right. Sorry? Oh, it's the help signal. I'm just gonna ignore that.
We just had an
Executive
entire
decision.
cutscene about not ignoring it. What the fuck do you mean?
Let me see. Let's go into the house. I missed some stuff there. Also, the vending machine. And there's someone who I want you guys to meet.
Satan?
No.
Mum said it was my tone on the house Wi-Fi.
Lol.
What the Alright, what actually is this battle system? I'm struggling to understand.
Okay, yeah. So, what it is, the game is chopped up into turns where you draw from your deck. So this is my deck of cards.
Okay.
When I get into battle, I will be able to pick between 6 cards. With
Okay.
rules where I can only pick from columns or the same named cards unless it's a white card. These. You follow?
Okay.
So if I just go and force a battle, let me pick up an item. Let me just hop into this computer also, just to get some more items. Okay, I can force the encounter rate to be abysmal. Oh, never mind. Okay, so
That solves it.
these are the enemies I'm facing, right?
Yep.
So 140 health, 150 health.
Yep.
Right now, I am allowed to choose between these cards. They're allowed to be in the
okay.
same column or be the same type. Unless it's white cards, then I'm allowed to break the rules.
Okay.
Good. Let me see. I can show you guys the descriptions. This is a white sword that this one cuts in a row. This is a shot forwards and paralyzes an enemy it hits. And this just adds 10 attack. So if I say okay, I'm now in battle. I'm only allowed to move left and right. I can shoot. Oh, wait. That is using a card. I can shoot. I can use cards I picked. And I can use my shield. That's something I
Okay.
haven't shown because I didn't need to use it yet. Now, this enemy is pretty far away, so I can't hit it with a sword. So I can press down. And now I am in lock-on mode, right?
Yep.
If I'm in line with an enemy, there's a reticle. And if I then press attack... Oh. I will jump towards them and use the attack.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah, yeah. It sounds complicated, it looks complicated. It's not that complicated, but I go through it very fast because I've played all of the games in this series. Oh, oops. I pressed A again to get into there. It used to be that you needed to use the stylus to tap onto those.
Hmm.
Let me tell you, it was super cumbersome.
Yeah. That does sound like the DS.
Mm-hmm. Early DS game, even.
Hmm.
Beep, beep. I'm worried. The boy who lives here, he doesn't seem to have a lot of friends. Beep, You look... You know, you look a lot like that boy.
She's always with me.
Mate?
I'm confused.
Bing is playing a game.
No, my father keeps calling out, "Where's the dog?" But she's always with me.
Huh.
Because there's a siren. Whenever there's a siren or booms or whatever, she will be with me.
Okay. You are safe, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no siren today, just booms.
Still kind of worried about that, but keep safe.
It is a rather enjoying experience to sit with someone in VC and suddenly go, oh, I need to leave. I go to the bunker, and then be gone with like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
That's pretty jarring.
Uh-huh. 1 moment.
Yeah. I figured I picked up the thing. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Oh, Red Ranger as a dinosaur. Cool.
Yes.
I've seen that before. I think there are even skins for Battle for the Grid that are literally that. Also, what was Absolute Cinema, right? I was not paying attention.
The Wah.
Yeah, okay, but what was...
Okay, that was Absolute Cinema.
Oh! Wah!
Absolute warning.
He's actually more like... No, you cannot look at it! No, it's my invention! No! More like that. He turned into a fridge. It was hilarious.
Wait, what?
I think Nin understood what I was kind of referencing. It was the funniest shit I've ever seen. He turned into a fridge.
What the fuck?
He turns into a pickle. It's the funniest thing shit I've ever seen.
Oh, is this a Rick and Morty joke?
I haven't even seen Rick and Morty.
Good for you.
Not all of it, but I have.
Huh. What you
regret
shiver,
everything.
it's called beep beep. What's wrong with people? Why in the world would anyone make an icebox like this in the first place? Do they really need to chill stuff that badly? I can't understand humans. Man, it's cold. So, for the record, we have a program that does not... That has crashed multiple times into other cars, and now we have a program who cannot stand the cold. Cinema. Absolute cinema.
I don't understand why it would not be able to stand the cold. The cold is nice. The cold is your friend. Hi, I'm a person who runs around in February with a t-shirt.
Jesus.
Boy, Canadian.
German, actually.
German in the Alps.
Ah, that makes sense then.
No,
Oh, I thought. Sorry.
I'm
No,
not
no.
in the Alps.
Very,
am the
very
Alps.
close to.
Like, if I look out my window, I will see the Alps.
Ah,
They're right
okay.
there.
But you do live in the mountains.
Also, no, I live in a valley between 3 mountains.
Okay. I'm sorry for having it wrong 3 times.
I keep. It's not your fault because I keep saying I live in the Black Forest mountain range because that's like a very nice, easy place to like have a general location of where I am in terms of like what's around me without giving away my address perfectly. You know.
Hey Taurus,
just
what's up? Just chilling there.
Yeah. He's having a
This is also from the collection. If I run into this, I will trigger the second version boss fights, which is harder. And then, as a random battle, the third version can be fought. Which is even harder and can kill you easily at this point.
So, can you do this? Are you gonna do this round 2? Okay, yeah. Nice.
Why did you think I picked up the ice meteor?
Because you like it?
Oh, that too.
Because you like vanilla ice for some reason.
We do not like vanilla ice in this house.
You don't like it.
In this house, we stand Barry and Freddie Mercury. We do not stand vanilla ice.
Okay, this is embarrassing.
What did you do?
When I had a vanilla ice, my mind went not to the musician.
Yeah.
Oh.
My mind went to the JoJo character.
Yeah, keep in mind, I've only seen like
2, 3 episodes.
3, 4 episodes of original JoJo, I think.
I've seen the entirety of part 1 and part 3. Accidentally skipped part 2 because I thought I was watching part 2, like the direct sequel. But the site I was using, I don't remember what happened exactly.
There we go. I think
But
it's
it is.
not in 30 seconds, but still good. Never mind! That's an S rank.
Let's go.
Let's go!
And yeah, by the time I finished part 3, I was so done with the series because of how many dogs died that I did not go back to part 2.
Oh, yeah, Ray has seen the scene where, what is his name again? Dies?
Yeah.
Iggy.
No, not Iggy, from part 1.
Oh,
Dio literally throws
Danny.
the dog into an incinerator off screen.
yeah, that one was the hardest.
But hey, at least we know what kind of bastard Dio is. Let me see. We are going to change our favorites, and we are going to... Because guess what? I can turn into a blank car into a favorite. That's 100 damage that just spreads onto the field very easily. And Ice Meteor. Also funny detail. The purple card that I have 3 of. The card in the upper left is the same enemy.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
I like it.
They are fire
Yeah.
type. They do not like water type attacks.
I like it when card art use creatures from different cards in any given card game. Yu-Gi-Oh does it a lot. Really
Also,
appreciate it.
food for thought. Why the fuck is Geo featured on cards? Why is he featured on cards?
He was an FM alien all along.
A what?
He was an FM alien.
Oh, Ephemian. Yeah, yeah.
FM.
FMEN.
Oh, that's
We
such
have
an
to
awkward
talk
thing to
about
say.
To answer that, we have to talk about parallel universes.
Also, yeah, I wonder what the help signal was for.
They did not send a fucking SOS because the football got stuck in a fucking tree.
Oh man. What's wrong? Oh, are you here about the help signal? I was playing with my ball and it got stuck in the tree, but we can't get up there to get it. Yeah, I'd say it's stuck. A place high up. Maybe the flying guy at this point can. Do you know how to get it down? Well, please. I'll give you something in return, please. Alright. I guess I have to go back to Vista Point. I wonder if he will help us. School, huh? Still a bus.
There's no school there. It's just science.
What? What?
What?
Oh, one sec.
What's happening?
I don't know.
You can just tell me, right?
I know, but I've got it on second screen and I can see it pretty fast.
I'm juggling 3 windows, and somehow every time someone like a boss shows up in the channel, I'm not on your Twitch stream. Somehow.
Right. Alright, so
I'm streaming on Twitch
is
as well.
streaming at the moment. So
What?
just-
I'm streaming.
Wait.
Nin is is a moderator on my stream.
Hi.
Oh, I didn't know you were streaming on Twitch.
Well, there's not really anyone talking right now. I mean, there's Matsuo, who was there for like an hour. Blue Toad person was there for a bit, but I don't really know who that was. Right now, there are 5 viewers, I think. Yeah, 5 viewers.
I would like to also
More
point
than I
out
thought.
we are not in general voice. We are in
Yeah.
streaming.
I made the streaming channel on purpose.
Not gonna lie, I did not even notice that.
Please, I ask you not to look at my things. Oh, sorry.
Huh? You want me to help you get a ball?
If I used your invention, then maybe I can.
Now,
No, I will get it.
But why?
this flat pack hasn't been publicly announced yet, so I can't let you use it. Plus.
Plus?
No, nothing. Anyways, my answer's no. Don't look at me at that. No means no.
Okay. I guess we don't have a choice. I've got to find someone else to use. And why am I doing this for someone else? Well, it all happened when an alien crashed out of the sky and then powered the glasses you got from a friend of your father's. Any questions?
Does Geo have free will?
Currently, there's an alien hanging onto his arm, and he already uppercutted a miner.
Now,
Fuck. I beg your fucking pardon?
in this game series, I very much
Remember when I was fighting the bull?
Yeah.
The guy who fused with the bull was mad at Geo because Omega-xis made him uppercut him.
Okay.
Everyone was laughing at that.
Mega upper.
Yep. Also, you weren't there when I was taking a very long pause to just rattle off a fucking scene.
Oh, that was one hell of a
great.
scene.
That was cinema.
I'm sorry if I'm sorry.
no,
I had to
it's
have my
fine.
ragu.
Ragu.
I had to have my ragu, my niece and nephew.
It's an
God damn it, it was-
RC shake.
I was
You had to turn your niece and nephew into Ragu?
Oh, Ragu, and then little niece and nephew. Full of the plate of spaghetti.
It's an RC shaped like a chopper.
My meatball fell off my spaghetti.
I don't know why they put it like this. It's just an RC helicopter. And why call it a chopper?
This is cooler.
It chops heads off.
That too.
You need something? I was wondering what that thing was. It's a fucking helicopter. It's remote controlled? I can probably use this. No, Geo, you hop inside of it.
No, Joe, you become it.
What? You want to use this to get a ball then, please? Well... I just bought another... You just bought another RC.
You have a problem.
You have a money problem. So I guess I can give this
Wait.
old one to you.
Wait, hold it. If you just bought... He's just giving away a piece of...
Yeah.
How much would something like that cost?
$1 million.
Don't think about it.
$1 million in what currency?
Zenny.
If it's Zimbabwe?
1 zenillion.
Zenny
What?
is just based on the yen, so $1 million is probably something like 10,000 off the top of my head.
Nothing really.
Really? For 1 million? The cap is 9,999.
Ah.
999,999, excuse me. But that's also the same thing as in Pokemon. 1 million for a Slowpoke tail. What? Just kidding. It's an Odyssey, so I'll have let you have it for a can of juice. How about it? That's a vending
$1
machine.
million is
Knock down 2
4,000
zeros usually.
700
Mm.
Is, well, 4,702 pounds currently.
Nothing happened! I wonder if it's broken. Probably the work of a virus. What should we do? Let's have a look inside this machine's comp. It might work if we delete the virus. Geo, get into the vending machine! This is more trouble than I bargained for. There are no giant robots to get into, sadly enough.
Yeah. But you can see the digital worlds and everyone in it.
Oh, 1 second. Can I...
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, Kip. I'm streaming on Twitch right now. We've been going on for quite a while. Ever seen Battle.net? Starforce?
No, I had not, and I did see that you were streaming on Twitch. I checked it out earlier before I.
Oh, okay. I wonder if they're going. Oh, if this is this going to be a voice line? No. Okay. Huh. They do have a voice line in later game. I'll turn off the goddamn voices. Sorry, Kip.
I don't find it.
But yeah, lots of people here. Gee, I wonder if there's a virus here. Oh, I've never been here. Doop, 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 doop.
Oh, is this a DS game emulator?
No, this is the collection.
Oh,
It came out
'cause I can
today.
see on the little screen there. That's why I was like, huh.
Yeah. So this was a DS game, and they converted it to play better on. Huh?
Just brother.
So, in this game, in this series, you have social media links that are a bit more than just social media links. So people put a lot of stock in being friends on social media, and people have their own kind of mobile devices on their arms called a trancer.
Okay.
And and becoming brothers with someone, you form a brother band, and you share secrets with each other.
Well, it just sounds like a
Secrets are
cult.
fun. Share your
Becoming
secrets
brothers
with
is somewhat
everyone.
okay.
Yeah.
We're like brothers.
This only just fit the fucking message. Super excited to play Starforce, but yeah. Werewolves. We're like brothers,
It's all
only
the-
closer.
Is all
Um,
the B abbreviations like B combo for brother combo?
best combo.
Okay, well.
But you can, if you have a best combo, you can use it. You can use someone else's best combo.
And that favorites, is that like a deck of cards that you can set? Or is that like... how is
Yes, if you select someone else's, if you have a brother, they will be in your deck, and you can get a random roulette of the favorites. But normally you have a deck of 30 cards like these,
that? Yeah.
and you can
Wow.
use those in battle.
You're like a brother to me. Let me put your card in my deck.
Let me put your
What is
card in
this,
my
a
deck.
Yu-Gi-Oh? What's this? What, a Yu-Gi-Oh plot?
Oh, of course I did take one step and fucking counter rate goes wild.
Time to look at gameplay here.
Very gameplay.
Riveting.
So gameplay, very cool.
Beep beep, yo daddy-o, am I a cool cat or what? Is everything cup-astic with
fellow
you?
kids?
Beep beep, what am I doing here? You don't know? Well, take 5 and let me tell you. My bag is keeping these drinks. COOL. Can you dig it? I'll hip you to something young blood. I am the coldest of cool. Don't get too close or you might freeze. Beep beep.
Alright,
Easy.
I know I know you're here to kill the virus, but can you kill him as well? Wipe out the operating system.
Also right now, I'm fused with an EM wave being. I'm radio waves, technically. Or electromagnetic waves, but radio waves are also EM radiation, if I'm correct, right?
Yes.
Electromagnetic?
They're
Yeah.
part of the electromagnetic spectrum.
You were right! EM viruses! Also, aliens are EM in this universe.
Game is killing me.
I see.
Alright, yo, don't get curls now. Well, those are big guns.
Would you describe this gameplay as fun and innovative?
Oh, very innovative. Kinda, actually, because this is based on Battle Network, where you can also move deeper into the battle screen.
Yeah.
But that game is a more side-on view. In this game, you can go left and right, use attack cards like Tailburner, or just use your Buster. You can also lock onto things to use cards with, move left and right, and shield. Oh. I mess up the buttons sometimes because on the DS, A and B were swapped.
This game is still killing me.
Good going. Us? 1. EM virus 0. You think this fixed it? Guess we should pulse out and check the vending machine.
Is it
I've
just
played-
gonna be like? Is it just gonna be like serving coffee now?
Sorry?
Is the vending machine gonna be running too hot now?
Oh, a drink came out. Got juice.
But
So
Iffy.
what's the
It seems
goal for the
Sarasota
stream?
saw that. Huh?
Is there amount of game you're trying to get through for the stream?
No.
is Twitch plays Battle Network the limiting people in chat are playing it.
This guy couldn't cross the street to get himself something from the vending machine? Wow.
Well,
Gotcha.
this is
you see,
Mr.
the
Rich
one-
Pants, and he has a second RC. And he said, I'm gonna give this away. You know what? Get me a drink. Then I'll give it away.
Yeah.
This type needs a car to work. Use it well. You got an RC chopper. Use the RC with care, okay?
There's only
Proceeds
one
to
plays.
bash someone over the head with it.
Also, kids used an SOS signal. This is the reason.
Yes, let's use the signal that was invented to save lost sailors at sea.
Okay,
For
let's give
help
this a
to
whirl.
our wall.
Propeller
that's
card
not
in.
appropriate use.
Oh, sorry, I mean propeller card in.
Yeah, did you all know that SOS originally stood for Save Our Ship?
I thought it was Save Our Souls.
Then
I
it
think it's just
changed
because
to
it's just a
that.
very easy and simple way to write a easy letter because it's just da 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 da. Very easy to remember.
Morse code was invented originally for the Navy.
Mhm.
So SOS originally stood for Save Our Ship. But
Okay.
later, when Morse code became more widespread for just general communication, it changed to Save Our Souls.
Okay.
And SOS, they chose that phrase specifically because shortened SOS is very easy to Morse.
I think the same thing happened with Mayday Mayday.
I'm not so knowledgeable.
Yeah,
From
maybe
what I
Mayday is
remember
used to-
is Mayday, Mayday. Help me. I request aid. In French.
My grandpa only taught me Morse on train rides, not what the meaning of Mayday is.
Also, if there is a severe thing up with a airplane, but it isn't an emergency, you also got pan, which is from panne. Panne means breakdown. I've got a breakdown. Pan.
And meanwhile, Pam is a Dutch drag queen.
Pam.
Pam.
I'm saying pan.
Yes, I know,
With an
Pam.
ink
That's
cup.
why I'm saying Pam.
Yeah, okay. Let's spin some propeller and fly RC style. I hate your propeller, man, for doing that. What's that? Hey, Gio, put in your visualizer for a sec. Huh?
Okay, sure.
Hey, there's someone there. It looks just like the guy in the Navi card. Is that Propeller Man? Whoosh! Propellers a go! I don't know what I was doing there.
Thank
He's
you,
being
Mario.
rejected from your transfer.
He just
What's the
really
goal?
likes propellers.
He's probably his help control the guy. We already have Waluigi, so having Mario in here. That's neat. Game waves can work like that too, huh? Okay, let's give this flying thing a try. Or flying this thing. Oh. Visualizer on. Oh. So, how it worked on the DS is that you had some giant buttons on the touchscreen and you just had to press them. They really this I do remember. Don't you love this kind of noise?
It's not the worst thing I've ever heard.
This is fun.
Okay. I hate it.
We
How far out of bounds can I go? Not that far. Sorry, it's the
Surely
first
this
time
will
I'm
help us
controlling
against
this
the
thing.
Surely this will help us against the final boss, right?
Yes, it actually
Wait,
is.
really?
those file.
Yeah. Thank you. Please take this. You got a HP memory. Oh, hey. An increase of 10 hit points for my health. That's actually not bad. Oh, I can't
Where
switch
can I
to
find
it.
a new brother?
Rats. We spend more time here than if actually, if I go into online and battle someone, I can register as my brother. We'd better hurry home.
Like, is it like actual like other players or is it like
Auto
NPCs?
play, yes. So on the DS, you could just register people as your brother. They took that out. Only if you battle someone. If you just battle a rando, you can just register them as a friend/brother.
I see. Less cool.
Yeah. They also had a kind of street pass-like feature where you could just close your DS and just...
I used to love those old Street Pass features.
Yeah. Well, it's not street pass because it was the original DS.
Okay.
But still. Oh, hi! Hi there, mister. Actually, I I see, I see. That voice, okay. I do have to talk to you. I see, I see. Very, very interesting. Is that guy? It's that guy. I wonder where Tom went off to. He's taken awfully long. Shuffle, shuffle.
I see.
Sometimes you need a little bit long. Nature.
Well, what do we have here? If it isn't little Geo, he's that co-worker from Geo's father. He used to work at NASA with his Z.
Is this the bad guy?
How are you doing? No, he actually gave Geo his visualizer.
Okay. So
Hi, Mr. Boreal.
Hi, Mr. Borealis.
Auron Boreal. Auron Borealis. In Echo Ridge, entirely within this region, at this very moment. Right now.
Yes.
Yes. I'm here today on business, but I'm not sure you heard about the rash of instance, right? You know, where red things were being broken? Never heard of rash being used like that?
No, I have. I'm just making a joke that he's openly admitting to having a...
I was curious, so I stopped to see that the truck that was involved in the whole affair. Oh no, I have to put up that voice again. Sorry, it took so long. That sure took a while. I was beginning to wonder if you had fallen in. Well, hey, it's the guy from before.
got a real good guy look.
You know? Actually. What? You performed an experiment all by yourself? Yeah, that's when I met that boy. I see. You always do experiments by yourself. It seems kind of reclusive, don't you think? I would help you, you know, just say the word. Don't worry about me. Let's just hurry and check out the truck.
Gee, I wonder who's gonna betray you.
Well,
gonna betray everyone.
Geo, let me formally introduce you. This is my assistant, Tom Doobie.
Definitely a good guy. Definitely a good guy.
Oh, fucking Jesus Christ on a bicycle.
He used to work at NASA. Just like me. Eustace. I told you it's NASA with his death. Were you paying attention, my dude?
No, the game killed me too much for me to pay attention.
Huh? There was a small problem, and anyway.
My brain has
Let's go,
become
Geo.
silly.
Are you going?
Here,
I see. Alright, how about this? Why don't you come down to my lab tomorrow? But why? I think it would be a good change of pace for you. So, what do you say? Tomorrow's a holiday, so it's perfect. Glad we settled that. Dude!
Your compliance isn't a factor.
I don't want him to care about me.
Too late.
Doesn't it sound fun like a ton of fun, kid? We can test how much he knows about space.
Oh, this is... Nope, this...
The space nerd.
Red flag, red flag.
I heard it all. Now to report everything to the president.
About what? What is going to be tomorrow?
Come on, let's go back home. Let's start. Let's get some rest. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow.
I do like the what are they called in this universe?
What?
The wolf guy.
Oh, Omega-xis. He's an Ephemian.
Okay. Yeah,
But yeah,
I
no one
wouldn't
can
know.
see him. Except if you have special gear with you. Or in special circumstances like bullshit.
I was going to point it
That's
out,
good.
yeah. Bud saw Taurus earlier without having any...
Without any visualizer, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see, did I have that content on or not? Code would probably say like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Assist, speed boost, encounter rate, is difficulty. Okay, Battle Network content is on. I'm gonna skip the few. Actually, I'm not, because Skip didn't see this. Yeah, people fuse with aliens in the series.
You have other forms, or is this the only form?
Sorry?
You have.
Hmm?
Do you have other forms, or is this the only form?
This is the only form, but there are transformations that go on top of this in later games. Oh no, also in this game. But we haven't found that yet. Also, let me attack you with a boss.
They never stood a chance.
Exactly.
Triple delete.
Triple delete!
It was all... I can't think of a computer joke. Fuck.
Yeah.
You rammed them.
I rammed them.
Yeah,
Sure, that wasn't
right.
combat.
I am pretty good at this game, and I know what attacks do.
Yeah.
I fought the first boss. I smoked him with S rank without being hit. I did a refight with him, and I smoked him again without getting hit.
Oh,
I mean, it is
jeez,
the
Pete.
first boss.
Yeah.
Usually...
True.
Yeah, but I'll be back in a couple minutes. I'm just gonna fetch myself a drink.
You. I'm still staying hydrated. Ah, yes. 4 targets. And this is why I'm annoyed that you cannot use your mouse. And there's no stylus. But still. Dog house. Ah, this is Battle Network content. Ball of waves? Is it an enemy? Oh. Is someone there? A voice, but it's coming from inside the ball. Finally, I'm so glad to make contact with someone over there. Please, I have something to ask of you. So, will you hear me out? Over there? What does MET mean? Some very important Scilab data was stolen just now. No one is here has played Battle Network. Okay.
Not yet.
We chased the thief, but they jumped through this strange ball. Where you are and where I am seem to be very different, and this ball seems to be connect to us to one another. The thief jumped through, so I think they escaped to where you are. Please help us. Find the thief and get the Scilab data back. What are you gonna do, Gio? I get the feeling that this isn't a bad person. I think I'll help them. Aha. Okay, I thought it was something different. Or at least I needed to do something different. Sorry?
So do you have to, like, search the area for the guy?
Yeah, I think. Not this area, at least, because I didn't see anyone. Oh, searchlight. That's very handy. That is an item I can use. Increases the chance of meeting the previous enemy. That includes bosses.
Okay. Bosses surely aren't random encounters, though, right?
Yeah, they are.
Oh, no.
So, I found the first boss as a fixed encounter. After that, he just shows up in the same area. That's the starting area. Woof woof, I'm the guard dog wave, woof woof. But in today's peaceful and secure society, my services aren't really necessary. But that's okay, I'm content if people just look at me once in a while and remember the bad old days. Woof woof, beep beep.
The bad old days. God damn it.
Did that say save?
Enter some comp space or another. It was carrying data I've never seen before. What one? Just now enter some comp space or another. Huh. I don't know which comp space. Also... Connect. Wow, that was bad. Yes, the menu speaks to you. I don't know where I need to go for that. I will need to find that. But yeah, that thing I just went to, you only get that on the DS version if you have a Battle Network GBA game inserted. So on DSi, that's lost. That's just a quest you just cannot access because the DSi doesn't have a second slot.
Surely they fixed that for the collection, right?
Yeah, I activated that. I included that kind of thing. A few. I can finally see the light at the end. Oh, sorry. A few. I need to be a bit more condescending for Waluigi. Are you working late again? Yes. Really? Really into your work, huh? Good for you. By the way, you came up with a name for the flying pack you are developing, right? What did you call it again? It's called Flat Pack. You tested it out by yourself today, right? So, how's it? Is your research going smoothly? I'm not sure. I see. Well, no need to push you too hard, you hear? Now it's time for me to head home. Yes, please get some rest. Rocket. Also, you can see which one is Dubious's desk. I'd never really paid too much attention to that.
I mean, actually...
Oh!
The flat pack is above one desk specifically, and he's standing in front of it.
True, true. It's kind of sudden, but I was wondering. If you wanted to form a brother band with me. Ah, a brother band! Why would you suddenly... Oh, don't be so shocked, please. The idea just popped into my head. We've known each other for a long time, but we've never really talked outside of work, so... Well, is that an order from a superior?
What?
Order? No, please don't take it the wrong way. I just want to get to know you better. Get to know me better. To tell you the truth, I treasure making friends with people more than any success I may have at work. I probably spoke too frankly, huh? Maybe this person. Yes, maybe him. Maybe he won't betray me. I don't mind forming a brother band. Oh, really? Then we can form one right away. I'll warn you, my secret pack's quite a punch. A few hours later.
It sure is a personality.
It's okay. Aaron, I can trust Aaron, but I still feel uneasy. What if he betrays me? Just a what if? It would be like that one time all over again.
You're
Yeah,
in pain, aren't you?
I feel like I know who the next boss fight is.
Okay. What do you guys think will be the next boss fight then?
Well, him.
Okay, but what?
Bird? Flat pack?
Some kind of winged net.
Okay. We know that, but...
Angel?
No.
No.
Jesus
not
Christ.
Angel, that.
Okay. Angel, funny you say that they had an Angel design planned for Mega Man Battle Network 2, I mean Starforce 2, you could transform into, but no.
Oh, cool. There's a lot of big booms now.
I'm trying to read like this guy's character to like get like a read, but
You'll never be able to guess it. Let's rip off the band-aid.
is it a Pegasus?
No. The version is called Pegasus.
Is it a horse?
Who's there?
Oh,
Who's there?
it's a bat, but it doesn't work with the wings.
No. How do you do?
How do you do?
Is Swan.
Swan.
Ah!
Actually, I see that. Yeah.
Wait, did someone say Islam?
Sorry?
Did someone say Islam?
No?
No, I said, did someone say Islam?
No?
No, Swan.
Swan. It's a swan.
Ah, okay.
Don't be afraid, I understand how you feel. How are you? Easy. As I just said, I understand your pain. You can trust deeply in others. Because of this, your heart aches severely. And the source is
You can
something
tell
in your
he's
past.
evil. He's
Am
a
I
fucking
correct?
swan. No, he's a goose.
No, he's got sickness. It's a
Also,
swan.
He's down with the sickness.
Cygnus.
I know
Yep.
that the eye is just the red part, and the yellow is like the cheek below. But for some reason, I can't unsee that his head is really tilted to the side. That his cheek tapers down, and that the yellow part, the yellow is all part of his eye, like looking out of the corner. Like it's like his head tilted down to the side and looking side up. You know what I mean?
Yes, that's exactly it. I had a horrible experience, all because I believed in someone. But how did you know?
Like I said, I understand you. Come tell me about this horrible event.
It was back when I still worked at NASA.
Okay, let me get this straight. You are very, very paranoid about about just making friends with people, but you trust a fucking space swan?
I mean, would you
Yes.
not like tell your whole life story to the space swan? Come on.
Among my peers, I was named the best engineer. Within a few years, I had brought a number of major projects to successes.
Did you enjoy your work?
Well, I guess. Bad.
But
Oh no, it's my former boyfriend's. I got dumped.
Got expelled from the poly.
Ever since I was young, I loved to study. And as an adult, my research was my life.
The poly
So,
accuser.
well,
also gotta love the random NPCs. You can see who the fuck is gonna be the antagonist each time.
Mm.
You didn't know how to befriend other people?
yes, exactly. I didn't have anyone I could call a friend.
How sad and lonely you must have been.
But one person did reach out to me.
You giving me Miyamoto?
He was my boss at the time. He said we can be good friends, you and me, but that wasn't all. He asked me to form a frat event with me.
You were really happy, weren't you?
Yes, of course. It was my best. It was my first abroad ever. But it was all just an illusion. A few days after we formed a frat event, the one thing I was working on was leaked, and it spread throughout the world. I was shocked. Shocked! The prototype was exactly the same as mine.
And very valid issues, not gonna lie.
Yes.
You mean your idea was stolen?
Yes, and it wasn't a stranger who leaked it. That's right, it was my boss, my brother. You share info back and forth through broadband, and to be honest, I was tempted to take a few of his research ideas too.
He most certainly got close to you to steal your ideas, didn't he? You were number one, and that's why he wanted them.
I was so shocked that I quit NASA. I was going to develop everything by myself, and now he put even more distance between me and everyone else. I was never going to be duped again.
Get duped, idiots. I'm sorry, but you are trusting the space swamp out of nowhere.
It's very
Most
trustworthy
interesting
looking,
story.
You know, with all the blue flames.
Your past reflect society as it really is. Betrayal is the essence of so. I'm sorry.
Careful, you might cut yourself on that edge.
The beak looks very sharp.
Not gonna lie. Oh god, this is so on the nose, but also, oof. That is why no one is to be trusted. The wisest thing is to look upon everything with distrust.
Betrayal is the essence of society.
Society.
Discords preside in society. Your
I was debating if
society.
I should make that joke, but I didn't want to go and sing. So I just-
Vantage creeps into society. Your society. Only Guilty Gear people who understand that one. I can't believe it's morning already.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I'm
think
from a
I'm-
cool
I
family.
think I'm gonna
Oh,
go to bed now.
is that a Nintendo Wii?
Yes,
Yep.
it's a week.
Have a good night.
The Nintendo by
Thanks.
the
you
Nintendo
Bye.
the Nintendo Wii survives well into the future.
Yep. I should get going, I guess. I have to take a bus to get to Mr. Borrell's lab. I totally don't want to go. Hey, Gio. Well, wow. That was not the voice. What? If you feel that way, why won't you cancel? Why not cancel? You're gonna say you can't cancel on the guy? You're so pitiful. But he took the effort to invite me, and it would be mean of me if I didn't go. Well, as long as I get to see something cool, I'm all about go.
Jesus Christ.
Hmm?
No, someone just bombed the fuck out of my position.
Well, let's take the bus.
Waiting for the bus in the rain.
Bus.
Waiting for the bus. The bus
Hey, I was
is
standing on the
like-
right side, not the left. I really don't want to go. Honk. Honk! Honk! I
Oh
forgot
no,
it.
it's a goose. It's Goose Bus.
Sickness summoned all the geese buses. The
The
bus is
sickness
here.
brings all the geese to my yard.
They're like.
Also,
They're
gotta
like,
love that it
"Ah!"
still makes actual bus noises. So this is a bus. Please don't cause a scene on the bus. Alright, I got it! Come on, let's go! He's so excited! I wonder sometimes.
Oh yeah, so you just love it when your bus it has an internal combustion engine. Okay.
These characters, I'm sure, will come back later.
The main gate to the Boreal lab and make. It's his own lab? Jesus!
Rose dressed like a member of Team Macwa.
Kyogre suits. I mean, you've seen him before.
Yeah, I know. But I don't really click now. But yeah, Kyogre suiting.
Boreal, that is very inappropriate to say to a minor. Hey, okay. Hi. This is my research lab, the Aerospace and Modern Astronomy Knowledge Expansion. God damn it. Nexus or Macon to keep it short. I want to punch you for that.
That's a terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not to brag or anything, but we've got pretty good equipment here. People here that the general public can study here too, so we've got a good name
So-
going for ourselves.
All I can say is, at least he made the acronym after the fact instead of, doing a backronym.
It's a backronym.
That's what
It's
it's called?
gotta be a backronym. No way he just... Huh?
Google is making an actual thing.
No. It's probably based on a Japanese... on a Japanese organization like
It's-
JAXA.
Actually, it's
JAXA.
oh
JAXA,
Japanese
that's-
last
Yeah, JAXA.
last name is yeah.
I was gonna say, if you flip the M upside down, it would be awaken.
Hey. Ready for it too? Honk! Honk!
Oh, that's the same bus sound that they have on The Sims.
Yeah, it's just a stock sound. Just like with music, a lot of music samples are can just be found in a lot of different songs.
But that's exactly the same stock sound they use on The Sims.
Funny.
It's literally busnoise.jpg. Not JPEG, fuck. I fucked up. I fucked up.
That's
Fuck.
because today's a holiday. I asked for a few more buses than usual. You can't ask those? I'm sorry, but the bus company is not gonna do that. On a whim. Because there will be more people coming here. My lab is pretty popular as of late. Huh?
Oh no, it's the
Honk, honk, motherfucker! Well, this is a surprise. Did you come here to do some studying too? What are you doing here? We're fun.
At least we're honest.
At least he's honest. Bud! Anyway, this lab is open to the public, right? That's not odd at all that we are here. I'm going to convince you today to go to school.
Oh.
As long as nothing weird happens again. Are these your friends, Gio?
No.
Yes, first classmates, sir. What's this? What's this? You two are friends after all. I'm happy for you. I'm Aaron Boreal. I'm the head of this lab. You guys came just at the right time. I'll give you guys a tour together. Look alive now, it's more fun that way.
I think
Joe
you just
looking
called him out
stone
saying,
cold
hey,
dead.
I thought you didn't have friends.
I don't
It's
believe
like-
this.
It's like, it's an open secret. I've not been in a physical classroom for at least 3 years.
Yep.
So who the fuck are these people?
Wow, we got a tour from the head of the lab. He ran into them like 3 times now. Including one time when a fat guy turns into a bull and tried to run him over.
I gotta say, that guy has a massive forehead.
Bro has a 10 head.
Oh, Zach Templar. Yeah. I think it's called Templar. Or Temple, something like that. Wow, we got a tour from the head of the lab. Thank you so much, sir. We'll be off then, shall we? Well, let's be off then, shall we?
So, why exactly are they being dicks like this?
They want him to go to
Short
school.
They're
I'm not even
bullying
kidding.
him to go to.
Prez
bullying
is the class president, and she wants to have a perfect record, and therefore Gio has to come to school. Why won't
What?
everyone just leave
Oh.
me alone? You're too popular for your own good. Fucking hell. Omega-xis. Damn that jab. Jab, jab, jab.
Jab to the left, jab to the right.
Oh,
It
that was
looks
from
like
Ravenheim.
Amazon. Fuck's sake.
Fuck you. Look like there's no one in the guard
If you
room.
ask nicely.
Straight up the ass, huh? An information board with a brief explanation history of Megaman. This tower is really tall, you can't see the top at all. This is so cool. According to the sign, this tower is really a modified rocket that was once actually shot up into space. Okay, that is cool. A hat? Hope the owner didn't get a heat stroke. Yikes.
What the fuck is the temperature outside then if it's... if
Japan!
the hat leads to a heat stroke?
Okay, I thought that... Oh. I thought that one of those dishes actually had a point to get into them. Gio, do you know what this tower is? It is a repurposed rocket. I just read that. I created this special... Oh! Okay, what do you guys think this radio tower does?
Lets you do all the game mechanics.
Nope.
So it's a radio tower, so it broadcasts something. So
Okay, what does it broadcast?
Pornography.
No, it is tied to the story. And
Is it all the viruses?
huh?
TF signal.
No.
All the viruses?
No.
Chameleons?
Boreal used to be colleagues with Geo's missing dad.
Oh,
To search for your father. To search for my dad? Yeah, this tower is sending a signal out into space, so you keep hoping Kelvin will pick it up.
help!
It's Kelvin. Of course it is.
Kelvin Stello.
Get it? He probably has an uncle called Rangpine.
What's his mother called? Fucking
Celsius.
Ooh, I forgot what his name was. Good question.
Is it spacing like Black Hole Bay?
Black holes do show up in the series. No, not really in that capacity. Let me see. Geostellar Wiki. What was his name? Hope. I think her name was Hope Stellar.
Not
Yeah,
Curiosity.
Hope. Hope Stellar.
Opportunity. I'm run out of rover names.
I keep hoping Kelvin will pick it up, wherever he may be. Can you find him? It might take a while, but I'm not giving up. One day I'm going to have some good news for you and your mother. You wait and see. Well, let's keep going with the tour. You still have the main buildings to see.
Even though statistically your fault's probably dead.
Aww. Too much to do if I don't take care of these machines or before the group tours. Wait, what? If I don't care of all the machines for the group tour groups carefully, it will. What is this sentence? Too much to do if I don't take care of all the machines for the tour groups carefully, it will be a mess.
That is a.
What is this? What is word order?
Not great, but it works.
A statue modeled after a star. So typical of a place like this. Oops.
No, it was a case of it's so typical. Oh god, that is a face model. Oh.
Looked even more wrinkly on the DS.
I'm sorry, can we spill 10 sprites for you? I'm so glad no one can.
Huh?
So when he changes into this mode, does he vanish like IRL?
Yes.
Or is he just standing?
People can't see him.
Okay.
He becomes electromagnetic waves.
Interesting.
The alien he fuses with also has EM waves. Never seen you before. This is a Megaman's wave, and I delivered item from the next town over. Oh, because they look the same.
Oh, it took a road. Haha.
Yeah, it's called the Wave Road.
Well, I didn't know that.
Beep beep. I'm Mr. Hertz in charge of the transporting this lab's data files. But I'm so curious. I wonder what's in these top secret docks. I'm so curious I can't move. Beep beep. You are doing your job splendidly.
As if you need another reason why not to let AI system manage everything on your network. I don't just hate it when your hands have faces on them. Your faces have hands on. Wait.
I've been
there. Mr. Face Hand, hand me a face. Face a face a hand. Shoot a flame.
And face.
Through fire and flames.
Face and hand.
What is this song?
It's copper. It is fine, so we don't get DMCA'd.
Okay, let's jump into someone's.
Chatty dits.
Yeah, these names. I'm like totally into email and stuff. Are you? My email, like, won't go through. This is, like, the worst situations I've been in. Yo.
What?
Why does she talk like that?
Yes, please do explain.
It's some kind of
actually.
dialect that was popular about 200. This is making fun of
What?
Valley Girl fucking.
Valley girl,
pad.
she's a valley girl. A valley
I know why that makes me want to say human's level of language ability. Jesus. But I think she said something's wrong with her.
For sure. She's a valley girl.
Anyways, should we help her with the situation? No.
And there is no cure.
Let us sort her out around.
Okay, fine. For sure. She's a... Like, oh my god. Like, totally.
Glad that you're not one-shotting every combat anymore.
For now.
I will get better stuff out. Ooh.
Like that.
That's a nice one to have. And what's this? Search eye. Find the previous enemy again. Yeah, my attacks aren't as strong as they used to. Millie Booney. I don't know what the pun here is. How sweet of you to come to my transfer. I cannot understand these. Big city electronic.
Oh, I know the pun.
Oh.
She's from the boonies. Like.
Miles away from the boonies. God damn it. I can't understand this electronic.
I don't understand that reference.
The boonies, as in from the country.
Oh.
How can I get on that brother band, whatchamacallit? Will I be able to make it all alone here? I just want to go back to the country.
I'm gonna take my horse to that old town road.
Oh well. I can only take one side quest at a time. I don't want to do one yet.
You don't want to help the nice old lady?
Not yet.
To be honest with you, I was reading the name, I was like, is this a reference to Mills and Boon novels?
Huh.
No
idea.
For Mills and Boons, very short version, very badly written smut novels that makes 50 Shades of Grey look well written. Yeah.
Okay.
Which I said, all popular with the elderly, and believe me, it is horrific. Gets a donated bag of them.
Back to one-shotting. Apparently that attack is pretty good, but I don't really like it that much. Hey, can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. Beep, beep. The answer to that last one is A. Watch that. What about the next question? Huh? What am I doing? I'm sending my friend the answers to a TV quiz via his two-way link. Okay, now here's the next question. Okay, I'm listening. Beep, beep. Oh. Also, they really like saying beep. Ooh, radar missile. Bombard them if they don't have elements. You were saying something about me not killing enemies quickly, Kep?
Well, yes. I'm
We're gonna
willing
bombard
to
them.
retract my statement.
This even works on the upcoming boss because he doesn't have an element.
Rip.
Unless being fabulous is an element. So that's the lab's foyer. Front foyer. Wait. One moment. Front foyer. A foyer already means the front.
Don't you have a back foyer?
What? No? Over there's the museum. And this over here leads to the staff area. Hmm?
I was trying to think of how to make a pun like back for you something.
Oh, oh no, he's possessed. Oh, they have a little shop. Oh, I love a little shop.
He's my assistant. You met him yesterday, didn't you, Jeff? Hey!
Yeah, bro's fucking possessed.
Over here.
He's tweaking out. Yeah, you can see the eyeliner.
He already had that. I'll introduce
But
him
it's worse.
to everyone. This is my assistant, Dumb Dubious.
Oh, dude.
Hey, Tom. Are you okay? You look a little pale. Yeah. Yes. You look like you worked until real late last night. You've got to watch out for your health. You don't need to worry about me. Alright, let's continue then. Today is a very special day.
Just expecting the.
I'm letting you guys take a look around for free. So go on ahead and have fun in this museum. Oh no! Ray, why were you saying gun?
Cause
Yay, what luck! Thank you, thank you so much.
Because bro's acting like he's about to do mass shooting, that's all.
Oh, it's not a gun, but oh boy. I think
Oh,
you guys
it's not a
will enjoy a
gun.
lot of what you see. Oh, and one more thing.
Oh.
I'll show you all my personal lab latest too. You'll get to see something no one has ever seen before. It's my latest project.
God, what's he gonna bring out then?
Careful what you wish for.
He's going to show them my latest project. My flat pack is in that room too. Would he? Ooh, suspense. Gift counter has everything from shooting star cake to meteorite jewelry. By the way, this is a reference to the original title of the game. Shooting Star Rockman. How about our Megaman Special Shooting Star Cake? We also have postcards and keychains. This doesn't really look like a shop. Also, you have your fucking boxes out there. What kind of fucking damn setup do you have, dude?
You don't have blue orbs at your gift shop? Where you're from?
Also, where's your goddamn chair? This is not the US. Please sit down. Welcome to Macon. Have a good time. That's it. Okay.
None of them have chairs.
What? I forgot you guys were a thing. At Macon, they are researching the most modern and advanced technology every day. There's always a new discovery being made. I'm really happy to work in such an environment. Also, because he's...
What the heck?
Also,
one moment.
It's like,
Also-
hello, I'm totally not based on
damn it.
Zero.
the other thing I was gonna say is that to get
I'm-
in and out of the counter, they have
I'm-
to literally hop it.
Yeah.
It's like,
I'm trying to do something, but I cannot do it right now. I
you're
can
trying to
get
inside
myself...
it.
Yeah, I can get myself stuck. Give me an entry pass, please. Thank you. Oh, you let everyone else inside, and you didn't give me a second. Thank you. You are really
No, everyone
caring.
else just, everyone just hopped the barrel.
A real spacesuit is on display. Damn, that must have cost a lot.
I don't know, it looks sus.
We're going straight to the thingy. A black hole generator!
Sorry?
Did I
Just
fucking
catch
stutter?
the
The black holes have gravity fields that are so intense that not even EM waves or light waves can escape. This device generates black holes. It even attracts EM waves. That's scary. Uh-huh. It says that this machine's broken. Aw, we don't get to see a black hole.
You should be going,
There's a
oh
black hole
thank
generator, but it's not
God, I
working right
didn't.
now. I'm not quite sure.
This black hole
Gee.
generator is not working right now. God for that.
Gee, I wonder if there's a virus in the black hole generator.
Also lore. Satellites, 24 hours a day. Satellites like Pegasus, Leo, and Dragon fly around the Earth, providing us all with all kinds of information. So the versions are Megaman Starforce 1, Pegasus, Leo, and Dragon.
Oh, that sounds like bosses that we might fight.
The free
Okay, I
satellites.
have to go.
What which one
Bye-bye.
are you gonna go? Okay, bye. Also,
Oh, we lost one.
yeah, thing.
Just the three of us.
Yay.
Make it if we try, just the three of
Also in the upper right,
us.
you can see I'm on Pegasus.
Okay.
Wait, what does it mean to be on Pegasus?
What you give to friends and also what your super form will be.
Okay.
This video of a NASA rocket launch. Pictures of constellations visible from Earth are being shown. They are truly beautiful. On screen is an image of the solar system. Planetary probe. This is the newest planetary probe made to land on a planet surface to collect data about that planet. Prehistoric meteorites. Fucking hell. This is an ancient meteorite that once struck the Earth with powerful force.
You know, I think my favorite joke is in Mass Effect. I think it was Mass Effect 3. It was either Mass Effect 2 or Mass Effect 3, I can't remember which one, but you could literally, you know, send folks to planets, and literally the AI literally went like, side said for you, and you do it again, and they're just like,
Yes.
seriously?
Yes, I remember.
Thank you, Edie.
That's Mass Effect 2.
That's it.
Probing Uranus. Probing Uranus. Really?
Should play
I
Mass
think there's
Effect.
Element 0 to there too, so it's actually worth probing.
Yeah.
Also, there was an NPC who was actually foreshadowing upcoming bosses, funnily enough. I could just go to the NPC if you guys want to.
Sure.
Yeah.
Can't imagine that.
Wow, there are are a lot of
God, she
constellations.
looks like a
Taurus,
fucking...
Gemini, Cancer.
She looks like Ditto.
Can I? Oh yeah. Can I spoil you guys something?
Is there gonna be
Sure.
a boss?
Cancer is a side boss. There's a little boy with cancer.
I'm sorry.
Everyone makes jokes about him having cancer. He doesn't have actual cancer, the disease, but his transformation form is Cancer Bubble, as in the constellation. But everyone jokes about him having actual cancer. It's so stupid,
My
but it's also
superpower
funny.
is cancer. It's like
Through the year, there is the space sim. There's nothing else like it on the planet. Okay. No entry beyond this point. Fuck you! You didn't even tell me it was closed.
Yeah, there's nothing else like it. It is the void of space.
Okay, let's transform and not go into anywhere because the black hole generator is broken.
Alright, time to fix black hole generator.
Time to turn the generator online.
It just collapses
Hey
all
kids,
space.
stick hey kids, stick your head in this generator.
How did you get it back here?
Don't question things you're not meant to know. Free Willy.
I wonder how far this telescope can see. One thing I can say is never look at the sun.
Do it.
Oh, the power's off, turned on. There's a wave hole here! I knew there was. Oh, I didn't go up there. Huh. We missed some puns.
Oh no.
We have to go back for pun.
Ray
Yeah,
already
Grant's
grinding
just
this
like,
while
what
he's
the
the
fuck
pun
does that kid
master.
go?
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's just like, what the fuck? He just said some weird
Some weird
transformation thing
words.
just disappeared.
Did he just magical girl behind me and disappeared?
Again.
Again. Alright, I can run on this. I keep forgetting I can run with this collection. It's so weird. This game was not made
You have
to
to
ever
say
run.
this every time?
Yes. Oh, I forgot I could skip that.
I'm assuming this is just a postal choice because he thinks it looks cool.
No. Omega-xis told him to do that. It's probably a...
So,
Fucking hell.
Completely, 100%. He told them that just to make fun of him.
Yeah.
yeah.
So I told him to just scream it. It's the funniest shit I've ever seen.
He keeps saying it. He keeps doing it.
It's a joke that it keeps on giving.
Oh, fucking hell! It's scary up here, beep. I'm afraid of heights, but I'm in charge of keeping this tower functioning properly. There are a lot of people counting on me. Even so, I'm still scared. Beep, beep. A tower afraid of heights. A car that can't drive. A fucking fridge that doesn't like cold. What's next?
A dildo that doesn't like sex.
Probably an evil swan boss.
Clock, clock, motherfucker.
No, Hong Kong, motherfucker.
I know what I said. Oh. Switched the wrong thing. Yeah. This is also a very handy functionality, not gonna lie. Hi, Mert. Welcome to Summer's transfer. Enjoy yourself. Summer guy. Summer is in quite a pinch, I know not why, yet there seems to be a strange occurrence with this device. Someone please assist me.
Is this cancer guy? No.
Get a little cancer on your pillow for the dog, man.
Why is as good as the motives? Jesus. Cancer. I don't know what these stupid potatoes are. Moplands, Poison Knuckle. Poison Knuckle is pretty exclusive. Let's just buy some max health. Usually that's the stuff you want to have. Oh my god. Oh my god! It was even blinking. Sorry, I'm just having issues with the controls.
It's okay.
I believe that there is life somewhere out there in space, advanced beings, for example, who know how to harness the sun's energy. Hey, I'm a visionary. Beep, beep. Sure.
Again, why did they make all the programs sentient? They mean to. Oh, these just virus.
Yes.
Oh, these just EM.
Okay, can I give you a
kinda got
spoiler for
off.
Battle Network 1? The very end?
Be honest with you, I'm likely not to really play these, so yes.
Right
go
side all
ahead.
clear, left side all clear. Beep, beep. You there, state your name and business here. Huh? You're not a wave, you're a human. I'm supposed to remove all unauthorized waves, but I don't know about humans. Okay, so, the stupid lore in Battle Network 1, endgame.
Okay.
Lan Hikari had the protagonist has a net navi called Megaman.
Okay.
Lan Hikari also had a brother named Hub. Hub died of a virus, or just an illness.
Yeah.
His father, Tadashi Hikari, get this, transferred the fucking consciousness of Lan's twin brother Hub into a program and made him the personal assistant to Lan.
What?
Not even kidding. This is real.
I guess never be I guess if your council's name is the carry, you need to just fucking run.
Also networking puns. LAN, hub.
Oh, okay.
He died of a virus.
Yeah. Viruses are a big thing in Battle Network. That's where the obsession with wave viruses are coming from. Lunaplats! Consider it an honor to see inside my trancer.
What is that
So-
Snooki there?
Sorry? Oh yeah! That's a funny attack. I could tell you guys about it.
Yeah, wait, so something else I'm just trying to figure out about the transfer is, are they speaking directly to you, or is this just an
No.
automated message?
No, it's
from
just a
the
message,
transfer?
you said. The student presidency will be mine! And no fifth grader... And no sixth grader is going to take it from me. To that end, I must get that bad egg to come to school. Damn.
Okay, I'm no expert in student presidencies, but isn't that more a job for the school administration department?
Yeah.
Not an anime.
Also, this is the same screen on my end. And I've also got a message.
What's that like? I saw a meme where it's just sort of like an actual student council president. It's just sort of like, so guys, I think we should do a fundraiser, if that's okay, and maybe we can do that. It's just like it's student council president in anime. I rule this entire city. It's like
Yeah. Gotta love the secret still. It just...
Yeah.
It only barely fits. Also, the weird spacing, that's because of how it cuts off. Oh, there are no
The end
non-elementals.
times.
That's annoying. Yeah, it's getting harder to kill these viruses easily.
Slightly.
These are the realizations of man's dreams to be like angels. For the power of science, but I don't understand any of this stuff. Beep beep.
I do like the beep beep.
Randomly Evangelion, but okay. Are you gonna start talking about the hedgehog dilemma now, or?
Hail burner.
Yeah, it's the flamethrower I use quite a bit.
It's the name.
It is. It actually comes from an enemy who uses its tail to burn stuff with. I just never gave it the opportunity to do that.
Never up a chance, huh? What about Thunderball 1? Is that a good attack?
No, it's very slowly moving. Sharp claws. Claws that slice foes in two. So it's stronger, but it's slower firing. I'll take it. So much human sweat and tears have gone into this collection of metal. Ah, it's amazing. Hey,
Your
Zack
butt for
Temple.
your head.
Welcome to the trance. Welcome to the transfer of one, Zack Temple. That incident with Butt turning into that beast, what could have caused that? Could it be some kind of scientific explanation? My height today is 33 feet, 10.47 inches.
He's in the 6th grade?
Yes.
And he's not even 4 foot.
Nope. He might be.
Bro,
a
have
bit,
you seen
but
a...
still.
Bro, have you seen a dog soul?
Also. Wolfwoods. Second
Yes.
row middle. Second row middle.
I know, I can see.
Also, those are all optional bosses, interestingly enough. And we see Cancer.
Yummy.
What cancer? Oh, it's the bottom left. Okay.
Yeah,
It's the one
the
that's
crab.
ruining
Oh,
your heart right now.
what the? No, I want to.
Sorry. That was a bit fucked up.
I am okay. So, I see the thing blinking, and in the past that meant, oh, you can go into this. Look at what it's being targeted on the screen right now.
I see it. Yeah. Targeting backwards.
Fucking hell. I hate that it works like this. Oh. Do I just... I guess this is a control panel. Oh. I'll be coming here later, okay. Gotcha. I don't really know what to do now. I thought I did everything, but... This is one of those games where you sometimes are gated in your progression. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. Beep, beep.
Beep beep, motherfucker.
Words! Aren't we going to look around the science machines? And do I need to check everything or something? I'm just trying to get through this part. Oh my god, what do I need to check?
It's the blue shite.
The pile of shits is the white hole.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, it's this. Displayed in the showcase are devices to whatchamacallit waves. A transfer, a cell phone, and a receiver. It's in pretty much everything. The fucking display in the corner, of course it was. Hi. Oh, you're back. Are you finished looking at everything? Alright then, next, let's go to my personal lab. I can show you guys what I've been working on. My lab is upstairs, so take the elevator. You'll need this to get by the security gate. Staff pass.
Oh yeah, this is an unattended 15-year-old boy just get a all-access pass into a secure laboratory facility.
Oh, this has happened before. Woo! Yep. Nothing like a cup of coffee after a job well done.
No, coffee is for before you have the job, so you go so you don't go insane.
Big Bang Coffee, Black Hole Cola, Zero G Punch. Only a making could have such a selection. Huh. I expected someone to be here, but I think he shows up elsewhere.
Yeah.
This lab room is where I work. Feel free to look around. I think I'll stop when there's a revelation. These aren't your everyday projects. Some things in here have yet to be announced. Ah, yes, let them roam here.
Like this nickel palm.
Oh hey, funny. My flatback has yet to be announced. What's this thing hanging on the wall? Hey, you have a good sized set of eyes there. That's something that hasn't been announced yet, so I can't talk about it very lightly. Pack. I created it. What did he just say? Did he just say flat pack? He did it, didn't he?
Oh, I tend to blow up the lab.
Or do you just go keep on going? Oh, I get it. Oh, I get it. This is a new rocket and booster pack. Hmm. What's this? This is something my assistant made. He calls it a flat pack. I think it's close to completion. When I saw its wings, Brittle Flaps pretty much convinced me. Well, it's time for the Space Sim tour to start. Space Sim tour? You'll see. Let's get going. Reception desk. The reception desk is at the back of the museum. We just went there. It's a drawing of something Mr. Boreal says he saw when he didn't sleep for 3 days.
Fuck!
Now, where have I seen this before? Turn on the power, yes. Oh, it's Boreal's live desk, okay. Chop, chop, let's move. A rocket that's still in development, and you do it over here. You do that in a clean room, motherfucker.
Well,
Oh, you have to do it in the dorky room.
I imagine this is more
Yeah.
prototype thing, but yeah.
Still. Too large for the rocket next to it. I bet something for something. Also, you did this on the 2nd floor.
Yeah.
1, how beefy are the floors here? 2, how the fuck do you get this in or out? Okay, in maybe just in parts, but out.
You
3,
don't.
what the 3, what is the insurance here like?
I was gonna say, that's the neat part. You don't.
Okay, usually there's something in lockers or something.
Alright. When are we gonna die?
There is that wave thing in the TP.
Face him? What's that? Is Bud.
Wow. You would.
Bro is all chin, other bro is all forehead.
Also, what were you talking about? Was Wi-Fi or something?
Yeah, when you did the TV, it said
TV.
the waveform thing that.
Oh yeah, that's just to get into it.
Yeah, I thought that might have been story related, but never mind.
No.
It's not.
Oh, are you a customer or whatever rarity? Usually the public isn't allowed in here. Let's go back to the museum. Chop chop, let's move. A blueprint for a rocket broadband is scribbled on here, but what does it mean?
We're gonna crowdsource the navigation system.
Da 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 da. Do 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 do. Da da do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I love this song. I don't know why.
Boss battle. Where is it? I know the boss battle has to be up here somewhere.
Hi there, I'm here to find a boss battle.
Hello, I'm here to simulate my spatial experience so I get lost like my father.
Sign up for the Space Sim tour right over here. You're a participant, right? Through this tunnel is the Space Sim. It's an area where we simulate space. There's no gravity and no oxygen.
Fuck.
So please change into these suits. You got the space.
You're gonna have to sign a waiver
Oh my
by
God, space is right here.
parent and or guardian. For fuck's sake, you can't just abandon.
Oops, we killed a bunch of kids again. So what the heck?
Meanwhile,
An average day
it's the same. The same. It's just like that one time. Why? Why is it happening again?
He wasn't here before.
See, I told you. Betrayal is the essence of society.
We do live in a society, don't we?
What should I do? It's simple. You just should punish him. He who betrayed you. You will feel much better once you do.
Oh, I thought it was. I thought it was gonna say
Punish.
jump.
The flat pack was in you all along. Smashes into the concrete. Oh, sorry, I mean. Sorry, I'm...
I said
meant
flat
I am the
pack,
flat
not flat pack.
Me? Don't worry. I'll lend you my power. Scum, release the darkness in your heart.
I'm so glad these suits are all
I'm floating. There's no
color-coordinated.
gravity in here.
It's fine, it's just
Welcome to the
must be
Space Sim. Looks like you are our last participant. Please allow me to close the door.
Congratulations, you're now stranded like a Fordle.
The tour will begin shortly. Enjoy. This is Mars. This is Jupiter. There's something here. Oh. I shouldn't stray too far. I'll get lost. This isn't the real thing, dear. I can't believe I'm in outer space. This is Saturn. This is Uranus.
No.
Oh wow, it's
your anus.
It's almost as if I'm really in space. Isn't that such a romantic thought? Why are you talking about romance?
Gee, I wonder what all the kids... Gee, I wonder what the kids are wearing.
Yeah. This is my first time wearing a spacesuit, but it doesn't fit me quite right. Oh my god, he's gonna die. Feels like it's just floating around.
Well, yeah, it's because
we get to try 0G, but I wanna go. No, if to get try some space food. Gee, I wonder what his personality is. God damn it.
I think he's book smart and he is just very intelligent.
This is Venus. This is Mercury. Come on, where's the funny one? This is Neptune. No. Wait, the funny one isn't here anymore?
No, it was there.
No, what? Uranus? Yeah.
No, not Uranus, not Uranus, not Uranus.
The funny one. Pluto?
Yeah, Pluto. I thought Pluto was in here too. Because Pluto is not a planet anymore, but okay, Pluto used to be a planet when this game came out, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
I might be mistaken.
It's probably just too small to notice. Haha.
Haha. I think I skipped over Pluto somehow. Or just need to talk to Mr. Boreal. Yeah. Welcome to Space Sim, everyone. Oh, Mr. Boreal will be joining us. Yes, I'm here with a few of the kids today. Don't mind me. Please continue as normal. Fucking sweats bullets because it's the fucking goddamn owner and the boss. Yeah. Oh, don't sweat it. Just, we're family.
No.
That's what my previous boss used to say, huh?
Is this character the owner or boss?
He is the owner. Yes, he said he explicitly said that he made this facility. Okay, well, as I was saying, hi everyone, I'm your tour guide today. What do you think of our space sim? Almost like the real thing, don't you think? But the fun has just begun now. If everyone would please follow me. Oh, right. Oh my fucking god. One moment. There we go. I hate these bots.
They're like sadness for Bitcoin.
Ah, that's a model of the Earth. One man a long time ago said the Earth is blue. And he was right, our planet Earth is truly a sight to behold.
What?
Clap, clap.
Congratulations, you're filed after this tour.
This is Saturn, it's most famous for its giant rings that encircle the planet. Does anyone know what the rings are made of? Bad answers only.
People?
Oh god.
The boss is going to be reviewing you after this.
Okay. Funny thing, there was a boss design, and I'm like, what the fuck is this, but apparently it was designed by a kid. In the second game, there's a boss called Moon Destroyer.
So edgy McEdgington.
Not even edgy, but yeah. Not even that edgy,
Dude,
let me
he's
say.
called Moon Destroyer.
Okay, bad answers only. I know, they're really a bunch of giant donuts. I think I broke some brain cells.
Next.
Don't.
Well, that's a very unique answer, but I'm sorry, that's not it. How about you? Me? Do you know what the rings are made of? They're made of small bits of dust and ice that formed into what we see as rings. That's exactly right. Gee, this story is actually kind of fun. And next we have these.
Our boss battle.
Shooting stars, aren't they romantic?
They fucking ignored fucking Uranus.
That's so
The
pretty.
Look,
Oh.
the tour guide knows better than to take a bunch of children to show them Uranus.
So how's it, Gio? You look happier already.
I have
Eh?
not felt.
I?
I have not felt fun since
Your
my
eyes
father
light up.
disappeared.
It's just next, I want to show everyone this. Uranus! The Swan's Dance. Yes, the Swan's Dance!
What?
Hey, we don't have anything like that here. What's that? Over here.
Peter Little Swan. And...
Wait, there's no oxygen in here.
And no gravity. Remember, this is without gravity and without any oxygen. How are you in here without a suit on? I don't need a spacesuit. I've been reborn. Congrats.
Honk honk, motherfucker.
See it. Yeah.
A monster! That was not Zach's voice, but whatever. He's here. Tom, what's wrong? What's wrong? You seem to be fine for someone who just betrayed someone else. I've come to punish you, Aaron. Behold. This bad, Gio. Turn away from him. What? Just do it. Hurry. Flip. Ha! What's that? Is that the Swan's Dance? Hey, that's odd. My body is moving by itself. Wah!
Wow.
Wah!
Fuck.
I have you now.
What?
That's right. Dance until you drop.
Bro's responsible for the dancing plague.
What's the meaning of this, Tom? Why are you doing this? You should know why. Betrayal's the essence of society even now. Soon the oxygen in your suit will run out. Until then, enjoy floating into space, dancing your time away. Compared to my suffering, this will be nothing. Betrayal? Suffering? What are you talking about? Please tell me. You pretend to be concerned, but you'll just betray me again. I'm not buying it anymore.
Help me, Gio.
I hope you all enjoy yourselves with this. This is the dance of your demise. What just happened? The guy's been taken over by sickness. Yeah. Nephemian soil is shaped like a swan. You watch his dance and you'll be dancing too. The only way to stop dancing is to beat him. Beat him, but
So,
you want me to fight him? It's
so in
up
other
to
words,
you,
you have to
but if
dance
you
dance
don't
revolution.
Dance into a revolution. No. Dance against his revolutions. Dance the revolutions.
Oh my God.
Real quick. Okay, you're mad at this one guy. Why did you also condemn a bunch of children, the tour guide, to death also?
Because he's really pissed off. Well, you get the picture. That's... Besides, if you run away, Sickness is looking for me, so we'd see him again anyway. Do I have to find him no matter what? Why do these things only happen to me? Anyway, go find the White Ball Kid.
One, Shinji.
And Paul's in. Wait, is that it?
seems very... Find a waypole and pulse in sounds a little
No, that's Neptune.
provocative.
This is Earth. Oh. Okay, I just need to put this on. Whoa! Wow!
Wow.
The wave world exists even in space. Of course, of course there are.
This
Doryuans in
isn't
space too, but
space.
no wave hole to
isn't-
stand on. This also isn't space, motherfucker. Also, Geo was afraid to just float off. How? Gotta bust our way out of here. Find a wave hole somewhere. Outside? The door's somewhere. I just went
Gee, I
through
wonder
the
where the
fucking door.
door is.
And of course it doesn't place me
God,
next
what-
to the door.
Of course, what planet could the door behind?
Hold on, you gotta talk to that.
Are you the guide? Also, how do you look through someone's pockets if they're spinning like that? You'd be spinning as well. Spin!
To be fair, I don't think you
Nah.
can very effectively spin in space considering you have nothing to push off of.
Open sesame. Please enter the passcode. Number of plants inside. Oh god, I'm bad at
With
this.
or without Pluto?
But
Is it 8 or is it 9? I forgot.
I don't even know.
If there's no Pluto, it's 8. Yeah. Oh, there's no
Wait,
Pluto.
a single digit passcode? Oh.
The security here is not good.
How about doors that give you hints on how to open the... Actually, that was this one, but also that just give you hints on that are randomized, but tell you if it's higher or lower. It even tell you which digit is higher or lower.
Gee, do you think he wants to talk? Oh no, is he gonna stop spinning now?
Yeah. Well, remember when I was talking about about the black hole generator?
No, surely not.
Oh god.
We're gonna collapse a fucking building here. What is it?
What's this? Ew, what this?
We're unlocked. The space sim area and is connected by a wave road. Just beyond there is the space sim. Also, that was not the full sentence, but whatever. So go in, we fix a thing. I couldn't do that before.
Don't worry, we'll just make a black hole, kill everyone, and then we'll go in.
You see, you can kill your spawn guy with a black hole. I mean, you'll be spaghettified into nothing, but you know.
I think I needed to go this way. Actually, I can just check. Yeah. What is your name, by the way? Tuggy Tuggy McGravity. Also, yes. His cards are black holes. Why do you ask? They're also giant assholes. They are a
Yes.
bitch to fight. I mean, I can tell you guys why they're assholes.
Because they suck you in until sucking you off.
Of course, he has to say that. Also, I'm messing up my buttons again. Ow. Also, Sickness is way harder than the first boss, so... I might actually take quite some damage while fighting him, but we'll see. Probably tomorrow. I'm gonna fix the black hole generator and then I'll be heading to bed, I think. It's already 20 past midnight.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Ah! Yes, it's a oh. Is that... Ah, yes, it's self going into space and giant rocket, that is. I hated why it prioritizes transfers. Yeah, I know. They really should change that priority because it's so stupid. Oh my god. No, you don't get to move to other panels. I'm gonna kill you both at the same time.
Double delete.
Double delete. Yep, it's got a virus. Okay, let's get in there and kick some virus. Giant? Giant. Of course it's giant. How about no? Oh, it actually gave rewards. Huh. Not a bad amount, not a great amount.
Gee, what could go wrong? Oh god, it sucks in!
Yay! Beep beep. The humans are dancing so fastly. I've gotta dance just as hard. Whoosh!
Yay! The humans are about to die. Long live the robot takeover.
Well, it's not robots anymore.
Well,
So
those guys are.
the original Battle Network Megaman timeline is all about robots. Eventually, they become sentient. There is an apocalypse. And then humans and robots become indistinguishable because humans become more and more cyborgs, while the robots become more and more human. And then we get a post-society where just being human is an insane rarity. Well, in this timeline, we have the personal assistant thing craze. Oh yeah! And robots. We actually have. They actually have robots where you can stuff your personal assistant into, and nothing went wrong with that.
No,
Can't
of
imagine
course
a single
not.
problem that could possibly arise from that.
No, not two giant-sized copy robots that could house beasts of destruction, including a giant wolf that Megaman fuses with to become a werewolf, and that I probably should have played, but haven't yet. Much of.
We're becoming Chinese Bastion's becoming flustered.
Look, I've even got goddamn art from Corn Dog of me transforming into that. You know where my priorities lie.
True.
It's still damn good art.
So when you beat this boss, are you gonna try to farm it?
No. Look over yonder at that planet. What are those rings, I wonder? Disgusting. What is all that rubbish that interrupts my fast? Could it be that this dust is a clue to the composition of those rings? How absolutely disgusting. Sure. Also, I'm stretching when I'm gonna stop. No, I just want to just get inside the comp, and when I'm inside the comp, I'm gonna stop. Oh, there's something up there. So grab that
Like,
thing.
oh,
get
I'm already
inside
in the
the
comp.
then...
I'm gonna have. It's like I'm in the comp. Mouse well beats Cypress, whatever the guy's called.
Sickness.
Down with the sickness.
It's Latin for swan. It's literally the Latin word for swan. That should be a good learn. Yeah. Then we go in. Oh! You know what? Fuck
What
it.
have you done?
So remember what
fuck
that
up.
was talking about Battle Network? To get inside of something, you press a specific button. That button is the same in Starforce, but that is for transforming into Mega Man.
See, so you press the wrong button.
Yeah, I was like, oh yeah, I do want to
think
go
you
in
fucked
there.
up.
Yeah. Okay, that's it. That just means I need sleep because it's midnight. Oops.
That's
Fair enough.
understandable.
Very understandable. Yes.
Well, is fun.
Achievements. Who watches the Watchers? What?
We
Apparently I got an
watch.
achievement. Oh well. Chat is hidden. Show chat, please. Welcome to the chat room. Is it because I popped it out? Whatever. Okay. 4.5 hours? Oh god. I went on for so long. Hey, thank you all for watching. We're gonna kick some Swan butt next time. Have a fun one. Bye-bye.
How long until you get your sponsorship?